suspected of committing this offence.
Stand up, boys, Mark.
Since Vaskowski had earlier mentioned that he didn't speak English well, an interpreter was brought in. The interview kicked off with detectives asking about his whereabouts on the night of the murder.
Tell me about your involvement in that offence.
Это не я.
Okay, so if we go back to that Wednesday, where were you between 7:30 in the evening and 9:30 in the evening?
Дома был. Я играл приставку, подготавливал комнату к покраске, общался с девушкой, ну все как обычно.
Okay.
Vaskowski claimed he hadn't left the house that evening and hadn't spoken to anyone. But detectives had something that said otherwise. Footage from the shopping centre that clearly contradicted his story.
You see that? So this is CCTV from the North Point Centre from the 29th of November, and it's in the morning at 10:48. You see this person here where my pen's pointing? Is that you?
No.
No, that's not you.
I don't have jacket, the North Face.
You don't have a North Face jacket?
No.
Did you have a North Face jacket on the 29th of November?
Не было.
No.
I have only just black jacket.
We believe that's you. No.
Но это не я.
It wasn't you.
No.
And this is also from the North Point Centre.
Но это не я.
It wasn't you.
Do you recognise the shopping centre?
Узнаю, конечно.
You can obviously see that this person is wearing black trainers with white soles. So you're happy that's not you?
Точно знаете, что это не
Да.
я.
Okay.
No matter how many times detectives played the footage,
'Cause you wrote
Vaskowski
that
stuck
shit
to his
weak.
denial.
I mean,
So
half
taking
your
one
shit
final
structure,
chance,
half
he
your
switched
shit not.
tactics and changed the line of questioning.
How many mobile phones do you own?
Один.
So at the time of this fire, at 20:38 hours on the 29th of November, was that mobile phone and SIM card in your possession?
Ну да, это же мой телефон.
So it would have been at your house then, at your flat.
Я же был дома, да.
Is there anything you want to say before we finish?
Не.
Though Vaskowski denied everything, detectives weren't finished. If forensic evidence couldn't place him at the scene, then
That
the
nigga
clothing
wrote us
seen
some
on the
bullshit.
CCTV would.
So the clothing is really, really key. So he's got really, really distinctive clothing on. So he has like a 3/4 length black coat, over the shoulder, small bag, and then these distinctive black trainers with a white sole. It's really, really key to get those because that will help us prove the man on the footage is Vaskowski.
Officers returned to Vaskowski's flat, searching for the outfit that could confirm he was the man on camera. Back at the station, detectives brought Vaskowski in for another round of questioning. This time, they let him walk through the night of the murder, hoping the pressure might crack him or at least make him slip up.
What we're going to do is show you some more CCTV now. So this is now Beverley Road, walking out of the city. I'm saying that's the same person in the black trainers with the white soles and the North Face jacket. So we believe that's the same person that you saw in St. Stephen's and Tesco's.
Но он похож на половину людей в городе.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like half the people in this city.
This is a figure walking, he goes into the victim's address.
Это уже показано.
Again, was that you, Mark?
Нет.
We see a figure coming out of the address.
That's about 12 minutes before the fire brigade were called. So if that was you in the address,
Это были вы.
Нет.
now's your opportunity to tell me what was happening when you left that house.
Нет, почему, если это не я?
So what we know is that a witness described what is described as an overheated discussion. Were you involved in that discussion?
Если меня там не было, как я могу быть?
After 2 hours of interrogation, Vaskowski was not ready to cooperate at all and gave no answers to every question put forward by the investigators.
Yeah.
He was very much confident that the detectives wouldn't get any evidence against him, and all he had to do was deny or ignore the questions asked of him. And that was something the detectives
Start
could
to
sense from
smoke
his
a little
attitude.
bit.
Mark Vaskowski at the moment is very calm. He's not giving much away. Given the severity of the allegation being put to him, he sat quite calmly during that interview. Doesn't look too upset by the allegations that we've put to him.
Still chasing leads, detectives examined a damaged CCTV camera behind Vaskowski's property And what they found in the footage was something truly shocking.
So this is the back garden. We observed that this camera had been removed. So we obtained the last footage from this camera, and it shows a figure making one attempt to dislodge it from the wall. And when that's unsuccessful, it comes back and removes it. And that's the last footage that's captured from that camera.
The footage made one thing clear. The suspect had gone to great lengths to avoid leaving any trace behind. And while Vaskowski's behavior ticked every box of someone hiding something, the evidence against him was still purely circumstantial. Determined not to let anything slip past, detectives went back to comb through the CCTV footage once more, hoping they'd overlooked a crucial detail the first time. And this time, they hit the jackpot.
He's gone into a jeweller's and he hands something over, and it looks like it's a receipt.
While one team was tasked with finding the receipt, another simultaneously analyzed data from Vaskowski's mobile phone to pinpoint his whereabouts at the time of the crime.
He's told us that his phone is always with him and that he's at his home address the whole day. So then, right at the time of the assault and fire, at the time that took place, we can see that the suspect's mobile phone is very close to the offence location.
Armed with this crucial piece of evidence, detectives secured an additional 12 hours of custody for Vaskowski. And for the third time, they attempted to extract information from him.
When you use your phone, it communicates with masts, and that allows us to put your phone in a particular area when it's in use. So analysis has been carried out of your phone, okay? And that shows that on the 29th of the 11th, your phone is shown to be in the Hull city centre area. Can you explain why that is?
No comment.
We've shown you CCTV of a male we believe to be you in the Hull city centre. So this analysis supports our belief that you were in Hull city centre on the evening of the 29th of November.
No comment.
Frustratingly, Vaskowski slipped right back into his usual behavior, defiant, dismissive, and uncooperative.
We can see on the 29th of the 11th, at or before 1943, your phone is communicating with a mast.
It's
in that area.
Да.
So tell me why that is.
Можете сказать.
No comment.
Is it because you're in that area?
No comment.
By now, detectives could see right through Vaskowski's act. He was trying to outsmart them. But what he didn't know was that they still had one final card up their sleeve, and it was about to crush his illusion of control.
They got his ass.
So Mark, tell me what we've just been listening to there.
Что-то неразборчиво. Совсем.
Okay. What could you make out on that audio?
Though he stuck to his usual answer and refused to admit anything, his body language said it all. He suddenly grew nervous, perhaps realizing that the detectives were one step ahead. So officers decided to give him one last chance to come clean.
We believe you've gone to his address, assaulted Mr. Ibbotson
Напали на него.
over a period of time, after which a fire has started, and you've left the address. Your phone's in that area, and we've shown you CCTV footage, including footage which shows a face, and we believe that's you. So is there any explanation you want to give before we finish?
No comment.
Though he offered no answers, detectives uncovered a piece of evidence that would be the final nail in the coffin.
So we've obviously got Vaskowski. Looks like he's trying to make some form of return. And obviously we can see, can't we, from those images, little champion bag. When we can look to the warrant at his home address, we recovered the champion bag and sent that off for forensics. And it was actually when we've done the forensic examination that we've actually recovered this receipt here shown on the screen from that bag, from within it.
With concrete evidence, detectives finally confirmed, beyond a shred of doubt, The figure in the footage was exactly who they'd suspected all along. The case against Vaskowski tightened when his DNA placed him inside Anthony's apartment. But what sealed it further was the black hoodie found at his home, stained with Anthony's blood. It proved that the interaction between the two men had been violent. After obtaining all the essential evidences, detectives put up the charges of murder on Vaskowski and remanded him in custody.
It's definitely a relief for us in terms of having Vaskowski remanded. It means that he then can't cause any further harm to anybody else.
Meanwhile, the pathologist's report.
That shit weak.
Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is finally done. What the?
You want to tell us what happened in the Circle K?
You know, if y'all gonna arrest me, because this has nothing to do.
Okay, we don't have to talk about it if you want to.
This is 57-year-old Kenneth Reynolds, and he isn't going to have to ask detectives twice. Surveillance footage captured him violently stabbing a 35-year-old father, Tony Matheny, devastating his 10-year-old son and leaving him without a parent. After learning about his death, his son wrote, quote, "I'm sorry I couldn't be your guardian angel." Police have a mystery to solve. What could have possibly led to such a sudden, violent murder of an innocent man who was trying to fix his life and raise his son? Well, the answer is not only horrifying, it's disgusting.
Person of your emergency? Hey, we need the police up here at Edgewood and Commonwealth. A guy just got stabbed in the neck. I'm not too sure who did it. All I seen him is Walt, and he got stabbed in his neck real bad up here at the Circle K. Are you with him right now? I'm right in front. I'm pumping my gas, but he's in front of the store right now.
This is just one of many 911 calls that police in Jacksonville, Florida received on the night of August 20th, 2018.
He's on the ground. The man is unconscious.
Is he in the parking lot or where?
This man, he's right in front of my store, right in front of my door.
He's in front of the door?
Yes.
Outside this Circle K on Commonwealth and Edgewood, multiple witnesses watched in horror as a man got into a verbal altercation with Tony Matheny and his girlfriend, Annie. In an instant, the fight turned physical. Witnesses blinked, and when they opened their eyes, Tony was on the ground, bleeding profusely from a large gash that ran from the front to the back of his neck. Some thought that he had been shot, but at least one witness knew the truth. The suspect had whipped a knife out of his pocket and had slashed Tony's throat. By the time the police arrived, Tony was unconscious and barely clinging to life. Upon his arrival at the hospital, though, he was pronounced dead. Tony was the beloved son of Kelly Trulson and the devoted father of a 10-year-old boy, his world. Though Tony had been struggling with substance use disorder, he was determined to turn his life around for his son. Tragically, he was never given the chance. In full, his son wrote him a letter that read, quote, "Goodbye, Dad. I love you. I hope that you're in a better place. I'm sorry I couldn't be your guardian angel." Fortunately, the police had leads. The suspect had raced off on foot, and many near the scene were familiar with him. Kenneth Reynolds, a 57-year-old who was also struggling with substance use disorder. He was known to be homeless, which made him hard to find, but fortunately, using a SWAT team, police were able to locate him and a woman that he called his girlfriend, Monica. Many people confirmed that Monica was the woman who was seen driving Kenny to the gas station in a 1995 Toyota Camry. At the time, the police had no idea just how important this junky, barely functioning car was to the case. When the police get Kenny into the interrogation room, he makes it clear that he's not having a good day.
Is it okay if I call you Kenny? Is that what you prefer?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Detective Devereaux. This is Detective Russell. Oh. All right. And we're going to talk to you about a few things here, but before we do that, I'm going to read you your rights because this is a criminal investigation, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh. You want your glasses? I saw you had some glasses out there. Yeah, let me grab those for you. I know I forget something. This detective's going to get some basic information from you, like names and stuff like that while we're doing that.
Your first name, is it Kenny or is it Kenneth?
Kenneth.
Kenneth? Remember any time?
Not at this. The phone number, that phone number is Monica's. Other than that, I don't have a phone.
The phone that we had, you remember that?
Yeah, it's area code 904.
Okay. And what's your address right now?
Actually homeless, really.
Homeless. Okay. Do you stay anywhere? Is there anywhere else that you've been laying your head recently, or anything like that?
Just wherever I can.
Okay. Where'd you stay last night?
Abandoned building.
Inside an abandoned building. Okay. Do you have an email you check at all? Anything like if we need to get a hold of you, and you said that you don't know where your phone is, using somebody else's phone, we can email you to get a hold of you.
That's Monica's phone that I have, and I don't have it, so.
Okay, so you'll have her phone.
Yeah.
You won't, why are you not giving that back to her?
Well, yeah, I'll give it back to her. So, we'll both use it.
There's a very good reason why their quote-unquote chain of custody, if you will, is a bit confusing in this case. At the scene of the crime, a witness grabbed the phone after it was dropped in the altercation between Kenny and Annie. At the time, Daryl believed that the phone was Kenny's, so he dropped it off at a nearby laundromat where he worked as a quote-unquote lost item. Police took the phone into evidence after speaking with Daryl and discovered that it was, indeed, registered as belonging to Monica. Law enforcement have a lot of questions about Monica's involvement in this case, especially based on what witnesses claim to have seen. First, the detectives try to build a relationship with Kenny. That is much easier said than done.
Where are you from?
California.
You from California originally?
Yes, sir.
When did you grow up there?
What do you mean when I grew up there?
Well, what you were in California your whole life until you came here?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever live anywhere else?
No.
So tell me about growing up in California. Are you like a beach kid or live inland?
No, beach kid, inland.
You lived inland?
Yeah.
Did you live with your mom and dad?
Mom.
Your mom? Your mom raised you?
Yeah.
Is she a good mom?
Yeah, to the best of her ability.
Yeah. Pretty good childhood?
Yeah, I guess.
You think so? Okay. So you grew up in California. When did you leave there? What age? How old were you?
You know, if y'all gonna arrest me because this has nothing to do with...
Okay, we don't have to talk about that if you want to. You want to tell us what happened at the Circle K?
If you're gonna arrest me. I'd rather have a lawyer present.
Okay, no problem.
Now, does that mean I can't get the numbers out the phone?
No, I'll get your numbers. I don't mind. No problem to me.
If you need anything else, knock on that door, okay?
Yes.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind grabbing that trash for me, if you're finished with all that. You need another bottle of water or anything?
No.
You good? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, give us a couple minutes, all right?
I would like to get some numbers out the phone.
I heard you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
But before we continue, we want to share something important. As a true crime team, we spend a lot of time online digging into public records, databases, and forums. It's easy to forget that while we're investigating, we make it about being because protecting ourselves.
Yeah.
Well, just to let you know.
Imagine being able to build anything. For any reason, in any style, at any scale.
You know that you asked to speak to a lawyer, so we didn't get a chance to talk to you.
Okay, so...
That's what that was.
Okay. All right.
I mean, if you want to talk, you just have to let us know, that's all.
Yeah. So, are they finished talking to Monica?
We're still in the process of doing some things. Are you gonna... So what are you saying?
As far as what?
That's it? Okay, because you're telling me about it, but I told you why we didn't talk about it.
All
but
right.
if you want to talk, you knock on the door and let us know.
I need a lawyer.
I'm sorry?
I need my lawyer.
Okay.
Unfortunately for Kenny, he's going to need that lawyer, because Monica's interrogation provides much more information, which may explain why he starts to have some, shall we say, tummy troubles.
Folks are shitting on himself.
Prior to this interrogation, Monica actually told the police that she wanted to speak to them regarding Tony's murder. Clearly, Kenny thinks that he has someone on his side, but he's very, very wrong.
Okay. That's, I guess, that girl's boyfriend. I don't know what his name is. That's him.
Is that him as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All the ones that you recognize someone in, just sign it for me right who you think it is. Anywhere on the picture, you choose.
What the fuck?
Can you tell me who Kenny is?
Just
what is his real name?
piece of paper.
Piece of paper? Right on the back of there.
Let's see. Something like that.
And how old is he?
50 something.
And you wrote Kenneth Lawrence Reynolds?
Yes.
And he's 50 something?
Yes.
You know his birthday?
Can't remember. Oh, damn.
Who's that?
It's Kenny.
Okay. You must sign that one for me too. You don't have to write it, you just sign it. Alright, today's date is 8/22/18. Alright. Alright, so I think you have a good idea of what we're doing here. So kind of walk me through, I'm going to take you back to the evening of August 20th at the Circle K. This is what we're here for. So can you walk me through, from your perspective, what happened?
Okay. And he gave me a ride up to the laundromat to pick up laundry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was in the passenger seat of the car. He was in the driver's seat. We pulled up to, like, right in front of the door of the laundromat. He got out the driver's side. He got out the driver's side. He went up to the sidewalk and he was standing there talking on the phone. He walked.
Monica's refusal to even acknowledge that Kenny is her boyfriend or friend is a pretty good indication of what's to come. By the way, if you're finding this video interesting so far, do us a favor, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. It really supports the channel. Now, let's dive back in.
And I'm guessing maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, I seen him backing up through the parking lot and this girl screaming, oh my God, and she threw a drink on him. So I'm thinking, okay, they got an argument, he slapped her or something, you know, I don't know. Okay, so I get out the car, you know, she's still screaming, oh my God. Well, he passed the car behind the car, through the parking lot like he was leaving. And so I got out the car, I'm like, where are you going? What are you doing? What's going on? You know, she's still screaming, you know, I don't know. Well, I didn't see what happened, know what happened. He said, just come pick me up. I'm like, all right, whatever. So, you know, I go to get in the car. And I was going to go get the clothes first, and I decided not to turn around. And I was like, well, let's go pick them up, and then we'll come back and get the clothes. So, and then I went to go get in the car, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't have the keys. So I followed him, and, you know, I yelled at him. I was like, what are you doing? I was like, you got the keys. So he tossed it to me. So I got on the driver's side. I pulled out, went down the street. And I seen him like a block away. I pulled over, I can't remember the street that was, the very, very first block down. I pulled over and I let him in, and I seen that he was bleeding on his leg. He's like, oh my God, I'm bleeding. You know, I'm like, what happened to you? You know, I guess he had a stab wound on his leg. He's saying, man, I got stabbed in the leg. He said I cut him. He said somebody stabbed me. He said I had no choice. And I stopped the car. I got out. I said, I don't know what's going on. Freaking out. And he got on the driver's side. He took my phone. He's like, just give me the phone. He's like, I'll talk to you later. And it's just, I gotta do something. He took the card, the phone, he took off, and I went to Daryl's. Period. That's it. I had to close up the laundromat and everything, and didn't even go back up there. That's it.
When's the next time you saw Kenny?
Today.
Okay. Where'd you see Kenny at today?
I called him on my phone, and I walked down Broadway, close to McDuff, and I tried to talk him into coming with me. And he said that if I go to jail or anything like that and get blamed for anything that I didn't do or whatever, that he would. But I know he won't. But I just tried. I talked to him for about 5 minutes, and I just walked back. I walked back to 3159 and just talked to Mr. McDonald about bringing me down here.
Okay. Did he say anything about what happened other than the day that he got in the car?
No.
So
he said it was self-defense.
He said it was self-defense to you.
Mm-hmm.
Was his okay. What's Daryl's name?
Daryl Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How old is he?
56.
Is he a white male or black male?
Black male.
And you said earlier, is that your actual boyfriend, or is that just like a long time?
I've been with him on and off for about 16 years, 15 years.
And what's your relationship with Kenny?
Well, Daryl and I were having problems, so and then I started seeing Kenny, and then it wasn't really all working out that great, but we were still talking,
And how long have you known Kenny?
The footage that the police have of the attack says otherwise. In the footage, Kenny is wearing a Colin Kaepernick jersey, one that they know must now be covered in blood. The video evidence is going to propel their case. But if they have DNA evidence on the jersey, there will be no jury in the world who will acquit Kenny. Police dig in to get some clarification about Kenny and Monica's relationship, hoping that they can use the answer to get leverage on just how much they can get Monica to reveal.
I looked a lot different. I started my degree in 1986 and 30 years later decided to complete my goals. The support system that you get with Purdue Global.
Including the location of that jersey.
For 7 months.
Something like that.
All right. And obviously, he's a big fan of that Kaepernick jersey he wears all the time.
Don't know.
He wears it a lot, I've seen.
Okay.
Do you know where it might be now?
Yes.
Where's the Kaepernick jersey?
I'm pretty sure it's in the what do you call it? The backpack thing that's in underneath the carport at Daryl's house.
At Daryl's house?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's in a, what color backpack?
A black backpack.
It's in a black backpack under the carport at Daryl's house.
Yeah.
Where's Daryl's house?
3159 Columbus Avenue.
3159
Columbus Avenue.
Columbus Avenue.
It's all with the rest of my stuff.
And when you say underneath his carport, you mean just like sitting in the garage on the concrete, or is it like in the storage area?
I got all my stuff underneath, all these blankets and stuff like that, and some of his clothes or whatever is all like in a black, I don't know what you call it, like a laundry basket bag or some shit. And
what color's the basket?
It's black.
Is it cloth or plastic?
It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like one of them, it's kind of cloth, I guess. It's like one of those ring things that you unfold.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a laundry basket, it's cloth, and it's what color? Black, you said.
Right.
All right. And what makes you think that jersey's in there?
I seen it in there.
You seen it in there. When's the last time you saw it?
Yesterday, I think it was.
Yesterday, about what time?
I don't know.
So the 21st was the daytime, nighttime?
Well, when I left and got out the car, I grabbed the backpack and the black laundry basket and took it with me. I got to tell you that probably.
Where did you take it from?
I took it out of the car because he took it off.
Okay, so he was going to get rid of the car, or he was going to take the car, and
he left in the car with my phone. But before
that,
you took the jersey off.
You just took the clothes,
left,
so you would have your clothes.
Yes, I had a bunch of dirty clothes still in the car, so I took
so
them
you
with
took
me.
that, and that jersey's in those dirty clothes, and that's sitting at the carport.
Underneath the carport. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why this happened? You know what it was over?
I'm hearing a bunch of people talk about it. Something that has to do with the car title.
Okay. Tell me about that car title.
To the car that he was driving. The only thing I know, let's see, he bought the car from, I think y'all had his phone. I don't know. If y'all had his phone, he's got a video of him, whoever's car it was.
Just like that, the police have all the evidence they need. But they still have one question. Why on earth did a crime this violent occur?
And somehow, some way, this girl got a hold of the title. I guess when somebody, I don't know, he gave the car to somebody. I really don't understand it or know how she got it.
Okay.
Anyway, she got the title. I guess the girlfriend of the guy that got whatever.
Okay.
And she got the title, and he was trying to track her down and get it from her or whatever. And so I'm guessing that's what it was. I mean, I really honestly, I thought she and him, you know, they got in an argument, and you know, like he slapped her or something, you know, because I mean, he's just going, oh my god, she threw a drink on him, and he's backing up, he's just walking away, like, you know, whatever, you know, he wasn't like panicking or nothing, you know. So I mean, I didn't know anything that severe.
What does his phone look like that has the video on it?
Just it's a Metro. I don't know.
What color is it?
I don't know what it is. Just without a case though.
No case? Is there any stickers or anything on it? What's the number to that phone that has the video on it?
Same as mine, but no, one at the end. 94497. Or wait. 7. I forgot the number. Whatever that number is right there with the 1 on the end.
947.
Right.
Monica is leaving some details out here. Annie, remember Tony's girlfriend, had the title to the vehicle that Kenny and Monica wanted. Reportedly, a transaction took place between Kenny and Tony involving the car and its title. Kenny bought the vehicle for the equivalent of $250, but Annie and Kenny still had the title. After Annie refused to hand the title over, for reasons that no one fully knows, Kenny got loud with her. So in response, Tony stepped in trying to protect his girlfriend. And that's when Kenny stabbed him in the neck. Tony, a father and son, was killed all over a 20-year-old car that was worth less than $300. And tragically, everyone involved seems completely unfazed.
I was trying to talk to him more than anything, just try to talk to him to come with me.
To come down here?
Yeah.
To tell his story? And he wasn't interested in that?
He didn't want to. He didn't want to unless, you know, it had something to do with me, you know, getting in trouble for something.
Okay, so he was going to help get you out of trouble. You got blamed for it.
Right,
That's what he was
you know, I
telling you.
didn't believe him. You know, if he was going to come with me right then, and whatever he said,
All right.
I know he was.
Was he aware you were going to come talk to us? And what was he going to Western Union for? You told me he was going there.
Some of this, some money. You know,
Right, but what was the purpose of the money?
Just have money, eat, live.
Was he planning to leave town?
I don't believe so.
Where's he from?
I really don't know. Covered a couple different places that he said that he's lived before, but I mean, I don't know where he's from really.
How long do you think he's been in Jacksonville?
That I'm not quite sure either.
Okay.
I'm not positive.
Just curious. All right. Were you doing anywhere else with the knife? Or anything else?
The only question I hadn't heard, and I think I misheard, was, did you say that he was going up there to find the girl about the title?
No, he's giving me a ride to the laundromat. And
He was giving you a ride to the laundromat, and that's when he saw...
He saw the boyfriend standing on the corner, so, and then this black Daryl guy, not my Daryl, but the other Daryl, he said, oh, yeah, she's in the store, so we took off and went around the corner, and I guess that's when they started talking.
So, Daryl, not your Daryl, other Daryl, told Kenny
in the store.
That the person that he was looking for in reference to the title was in the store. Okay.
So he went to go talk to him.
Was he planning on... Did he make any mention that he was planning on getting an altercation with the boyfriend or the girlfriend?
No,
or
he had not.
anything?
No. I mean, he didn't mention anything about the boyfriend at all. I don't even think he really even knew him too much.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Hang out for a little bit for us. We're going to be a few minutes. If you need something, knock on the door, let us know. We'll probably pop back in a minute with some questions we forgot to ask you. So bear with us on that. And so let us know if you need anything, okay?
Am I going to be let go?
Yeah. We're going to let you go in a little while, but in case we have more questions we need to hear. Is that okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
I'm just going to take a nap.
Go ahead.
In his interrogation, Kenny has been waiting for over 2 hours for his lawyer to arrive. Finally, the police enter, and it seems as if he couldn't care less about what he's done or what he's facing.
Are we in charge of murder today? All right. Yes, sir. You lost a lot of weight recently.
A whole lot of weight.
You know why that is?
Yeah, I ran around in Paxton smoking crack.
It ain't good for you, man.
No, it's not, but Paxton is not a good place to be either. It's not good for you.
Ultimately, Kenny was sentenced to life in prison for second-degree murder. Now, if you think this case was horrific, you need to check out my video on the moment that poor parents realize that the unthinkable has happened to their teen daughter.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house,
This is the right forearm. This is the right upper leg.
This was the moment when the parents of 17-year-old Brayla Stone realized that she had been brutally gunned down in her car.
And I'm on the walking trail behind my house, and there's a car parked here, just probably a couple hundred feet off of Gap Creek Drive, and there's a black woman in there, and she's dead.
I want to make sure. No, but I'm just going to be honest with you. We know who did it. And I know we can't say that, but we do. We know who did it. You can say we know who did it. We know who did it.
On the afternoon of June 25th, 2020, officers are dispatched to a walking trail in the peaceful suburb of Sherwood, Arkansas, after a man reports spotting a dead body in a car. Inside, officers discovered the remains of a woman who appeared to have been shot in the head. The vehicle reeked of bleach, and there were discolored spots around the interior suggesting that someone had tried to clean up the scene. It was later revealed that Brayla's killer wasn't a random stranger, but rather someone far closer to her than anyone could have ever imagined. Brayla's friends and family had no idea who could have done something like this to her. However, the main suspect quickly came onto investigators' radar after they received a call from the boss of Brayla's boyfriend, Trayvon Miller, who worked at Arby's. She informed the police that the evening before Brayla's body was found, Trayvon called her, frantically repeating, and I quote, "Miss Kia, I fucked up, and I fucked up big time." When she saw on the local news that a body had been discovered, she knew she had to report everything to the police. A few days later, they start interviewing Brayla's closest friends.
And one thing about Brayla, he was always a communicator. And when I say that, I say, her kids told me on her phone a couple of months ago, she was like, "Mama, I don't care where Brayla go and who he with. He let me know. He let me know where he's going. He let me know what he's doing." So, because he was smart. He knew that the life he lived wasn't the best. And so he would do that. And that's how we knew soon it was something wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because he always communicates that phone. That's his life. It's never dead. I have never called Brayla and it went to voicemail. Never.
And they point the finger directly at Trayvon.
What I'm gonna need, ladies. Y'all were closer to him, from what I understand, than anybody else, correct? Pretty much.
No, seriously. These are his diaries. They would know what nobody else.
What I want y'all to do is think about other friends that he hung around, people he talked about. Because later on, I'm going to get y'all to write these things down for me, okay? Because like I told Mom and Dad on the phone, I'm not here to do a half investigation. Ooh, I think I got somebody and try to arrest them.
No.
I want to make sure.
No, but I'm just going to be honest with you. We know who did it. And I know we can't say that, but we do. We know who did it.
You can say
we know who did it. We know who did it. And Trayvon Miller killed our cousin. He killed him. He did it. Once she talk to you, once they tell you, you'll know too, because it's right here. Right. Like I say, brother, every step he told these ladies.
He's at the top of my list.
Well, we was together all day, just like we always usually be. And then, like, we had got to Wingstop, and this girl, Tia Patterson's best friend called Raylan and was telling him how she was like, "Don't be mad at me about, because I don't miss her no more either," or whatever. And the best friend revealed that Trey and the Tia girl had.
Just a day before the discovery of her body, her friends say they ran into a girl named Tion, who Trayvon had been seeing behind Brayla's back.
Okay, but Trayvon was supposedly seeing her as well. Okay, I'm caught up now.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
And they heard Braylan, because it's like, he said he asked her, and she said no. He said he asked her, and she was saying no, but once they got into it, she was like, "Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, I did it. Trying to confess she did it." And that's when Braylan was like, "What should I do?" I'm like, "Don't do nothing. Just don't do nothing, because it's already enough going on. Just don't do nothing." He was like, no, I want to do something.
You got shot up?
He was like, no, I want to do something. They got, because they've been lying to me. And so that's when we stopped at the gas station. He did his hair in the bathroom, and he drove Sherwood and pulled up to Arby's, and that's when he parked. And
about what time was it? Remember?
I want to say it was about around 6 or 7 p.m.
Okay.
And he pulled up, he got the car, and just so happened Trey be right.
Upon the realization that Trayvon had been two-timing her, Brayla showed up at his job to try to confront him, but he ran away.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, script.
Later that same evening, she attempts to meet up with him at his home. And that's when things take a horrible turn.
And so when he called me right back, he was like, girl, you taking too long to come outside. I said,
so was he at his house?
That's what he said. He was outside his house waiting on him to come. He was like, okay, stay on the phone with me until you get in the car. And I'm like, okay. And then I stayed on the phone. He was like, okay, here you come. I'm going back. And that was the last time I heard from him. And like shortly afterwards, he no more than 30 seconds after he hung up the phone, he had texted me. He was like, I'm really not up for this. And I was like, you good? Nothing. And I never heard from him. Where he was found that Brandon took me back there.
Do what now?
Where he was found, he took me back there, Brandon. When Trey wrecked his car, he was like, he had, I guess it was one of them days where he rode past it, rode past his house. And his car went at home, so he was like, I know all Trey little places that he be, like, places. Yeah. And so he took me back there, and I was like, y'all be back here? He was like, yeah.
Knowing that Trayvon was the last person to be with Brayla, and he would frequently take her to the place that her body was later discovered, he becomes the main suspect. Investigators speak with the other woman that he'd been seeing, Tion, to get her side of the story. She shared that Brayla showed up to her work threatening her, but claimed she had no information about her murder and didn't believe Trayvon did it. Still, officers are suspicious of her story, and once they begin speaking with her friends, it becomes clear that those suspicions are well-founded.
I forgot the dude's name, but she told him, and then she was like 3 days later, Tion got a call saying the brother was dead. Who called Tion and told her that brother was dead? You know? No, I don't know who the dude is. That's what she talked. She talked to some dude. It was somebody. Is it the same person supposed to kill her? Killed her brother? Mm-hmm. It is? Mm-hmm. Okay. Name Trey ring a bell? Yeah. Rings a big bell.
Is that the person you're talking about?
Right. Yeah. Most likely.
Her cousin, Malik, tells officers that Trayvon called before and after the murder to confess his crimes to Tion. Officers try to get him to clarify these statements a second time.
Okay. So you're telling me that the person that killed Brayla called Tion and said he's dead? Is that what you just said? Yeah. Did that person say they killed him? No, he ain't. Trey didn't say he killed. Trey didn't say nothing about he killed him. You know Trey? No, I don't know Trey, but I know that Brayla was shiesty, and Trey was like trying to keep down low that he was gay because he was trying to mess with Tion. Mm-hmm. And Trey and Brayla did some things, and Brayla had something over Trey's head and didn't like the fact that Trey and Tion was messing with each other. So Tion and Trey decided not to mess with each other, and Brayla and Trey was messing with each other. That's what I think it was. It was all about some jealousy type. So Tion and Trey, did they ever have anything going on? They didn't. They just started. It was like we just gonna be friends. They didn't even try to get a chance to even get started on it. Okay. But Brayla went after Tion, what you said. Yeah, because some other situation happened. Some internet beefing or something happened. Okay.
The investigators have led Malik into illuminating Trayvon's possible motive. Now they're beginning to understand the depths of the tension brewing between the three people involved. Cops start pushing him a little harder to get closer to the whole truth.
I'm investigating Braylon's homicide. I want to find out who did it. Family wants to know who did it. And I'm going to find out. And I'm going to put this out there. If you were involved, and I find out, I will come after you just as bad as I would the person that actually killed Braylon. Okay? Yes, sir. So if you know anything, you let me know. I'm going to give you one of my cards. You can call me up if you find out anything. Okay. Deal?
A few minutes later, Malik gets even chattier. This time, it's about Brayla's characteristics, though.
She was known. She was known for exposing a lot of men. Okay. For being low-key gay. So he was targeted by a lot of folks. A lot of people was targeted, like, it was warming his head. So, I mean, he used to say, I really don't. I just know, all I know was for him exposing.
He isn't the only one who's heard this rumor about Brayla. Quite a few people witnessed her lives on social media where she would expose men from Little Rock, Arkansas for hooking up with her.
Who is this? Nah, it ain't CJ. It ain't CJ. It ain't CJ. Come on, get the guess in. Nah, for real though. For real, chill out. Somebody done said the goddamn name. Yeah, nah. Tia, you should know him real well. If you out here.
Oh. So is this up to date? Mostly. At my last job, we used this tool called...
Brayla has her followers guess who she's referring to like a game, and then sneaks in little clips of the men that she's engaging with. But many of these men were in the closet, and they were terrified to have this information leaked. Social media was also the place where Malik says he found out what happened to Brayla.
But on this killer situation, what I was told was that he was on the way to Trey House, or last place he said he was going was to Trey House. And when he got to Trey House, I guess, I don't know what happened.
And who told you that?
He was on, I guess like the internet. This is all on the internet. Last place he said he was going to Trey House.
What do you mean by the internet? I mean,
like they make Little Rock Shade Room. They make fake pages to tell fake news or the news what's going on. It's like somebody's in the loop telling what's going on. So they're making a page. They made a page and did all that stuff to see what really happened. But the last person I know, or the last place or thing I heard was brother was going to Trey House to smoke, and I was with my cousin 3 days later, Tion.
Who's your cousin?
Tion Patterson. And we got a phone call saying that brother was dead.
Malik spills that he discovered the information about Trayvon being the last person to be seen with Brayla from a social media page. Still up today, locals use the page to find out more about her murder in real time, and the community was really putting the pieces together. First, they realized that Trayvon lives where Brayla's body was found. Then people realized that Trayvon has deactivated all his social media accounts. One of Brayla's friends shared a photo of their texts from that night on the page, desperately begging them to come get her fast and that she was at Trayvon's house. Knowing that Brayla outed men on social media and that Trayvon was the last person to be with her, people start to believe that they've uncovered his motive. They hypothesize that he murdered Brayla to prevent her from exposing him.
We had went and got some Mighty Crab, and she was on the phone with her friend. I know his name was Trey, because she got friend, his name was Trey. And he just seemed like he was just in distress. Like he kept saying he wanted to kill himself. So basically he was just saying that he was gonna kill him, basically. He was saying he was gonna kill him. And we were telling him that that's not right, you shouldn't do that, blah, blah, blah. And then he started being obsessive about it, and then that's when she was telling him not to do it. And then he just kept blowing her phone up throughout the night, and she didn't want to deal with it, so she just been ignoring it. And that's when we had found out the next day that it
Officers know that Tion is hiding information, and thus they bring her back in for a second round of questioning. This time, she sheds a little more light on Trayvon's potential motives.
Trayvon called, well, he texted me and said, well, why is Brayla saying that I told Braylon that me and you, like, that I told Brayla that I had sex with Trayvon. Now, the screenshots that I showed you, that's what I told him. And basically, we just telling him, like, you know, it don't matter. Like, because he told me about the situation that he didn't know that it was a boy and stuff like that. Where I was like, well, you know, I wouldn't look at you any different. You know, just, I mean, I don't care.
What do you mean he didn't? What?
He didn't know. I guess like a year ago, he didn't know that it was a dude.
Is this through text or over the
phone? He didn't know that it was a dude.
You see, Brayla was actually a transgender woman, and Trayvon was very ashamed of having a relationship with her because of this. He didn't want people to think that he was gay. Tion explained that Trayvon was very distressed about the situation on the phone with her.
He was talking about, and then he kind of like suicidal. So,
what do you mean by that?
Like, his life is over. Like, they saying like his life is over. And he's like, he don't know what he's gonna do. Like, they saying like everybody knows him. So if he get exposed.
Tion tries to tell the officers that she doesn't know anything else about the situation. But they aren't playing games anymore, and they get serious with her.
That's it?
Yeah.
I brought you in here because I thought, you know what, she's going to tell me the truth this time. No, listen here. Listen here. You glossed over. There's a lot of things I done found out today, okay? I gave you the opportunity to tell me the truth.
And
I'm here, listen to me. I'm here to save your ass, okay? I'm trying to make you look like not conspiracy to commit murder. You understand? Because right now, that's what it looks like. Okay? Murder. You ready to face that?
No, I didn't do anything.
Okay, then you're not being completely honest with me. Tell me about what y'all talked about after the incident at your work. You didn't tell me about that. I already know about that.
After work?
Yeah, you and Trey talked.
After work?
After work, when Brayla came up to your job.
Oh.
Yeah, you forgot about that, didn't you?
I mean, yeah.
There's a lot of things you forgot to tell me that I already found out today. So I want you to tell me everything. Every single conversation, listen to me, every single conversation y'all had and everything that y'all said to each other. And it needs to start right now. This is your life. Right now is your life. What you do right here will affect the rest of your life. You can either be out there doing what you live in life, or you can be behind bars. It's up to you.
I didn't. Well, to be honest, I really forgot about this.
You need to start right now.
I know that I told him that Brandon pulled up to my job trying to fight me.
And what did he say?
I don't really remember.
Yes, you do. Right now is the time. Okay.
I don't. If you could remind me.
You want to take a charge for him, go ahead. I'll walk out that door right now. I'll walk out that door right now. Okay. Or you could tell the truth right. Listen, we're interviewing other people too.
Okay.
So you got to think what they're going to say, because you may have received a few phone calls and talked about it.
Okay.
And a lot of people may have talked about it. So you might want to come clean right now.
I mean,
right now.
And I really wouldn't remember, to be honest. Like, sir, like, can you please sit down? I don't remember.
I gave you a chance, and I'm trying to save your life right here. You're the one that's going to take it. You're the one that's going to take this charge. Then you're going to be honest with me right now, because you're wasting my damn time. You understand? You're wasting my time over your life.
Sir,
you won't even tell me what he told you. What he
remember.
You know what he told you? He told you what he was going to do, and then he called you a second time a few days later and said what he did, and you know that. So go on, talk about it right now. Now's the time. Now's the time. This is your life here.
Okay, but what if he did?
Now is
The officer's tactic of putting heavy pressure on Tion and making her feel like she's going to be arrested works. Her walls start breaking down as the truth about what she really knows slowly comes out.
Like,
what did he say exactly?
He's like gonna kill her or shoot her on the phone. And like, we all in the room, and we just like, nah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's dumb. Like, just go home. Like, take a bath, relax. like, you know, think about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about, like, it's more life than doing all this extra stuff. So he's like, nah, man, nah, like, it's just gonna have to be done. It's just gonna have to.
You're gonna kill her.
I didn't, you think you're gonna have to, like, I don't know, shoot her or something, like. I just know that he said that he was gonna call Braylon to the house. That's really all I remember. We were just like, nah, because first, you know, saying, you know, people play. We didn't think he was, like, you know, how, you know, you playing, like, people, you know, you're not really gonna do that. You just, you know, talking. You just trying to get your emotions out. And he said, nah, but just tell, and then he kept saying, tell my brother, my girl, I love them. I'm like, no, like, you do that. And then he's just like, I'm just gonna have to shoot.
Just gonna have to shoot?
Just shoot, like.
Tion insists that she and her friends didn't take these threats seriously and believed that Trayvon was only going to speak with Brayla. Trayvon continued to call Tion repeatedly, but she didn't answer until the next day, at which point he started saying even more ambiguous, disturbing things.
He asked me the Brayla family, she like basically like, is they gonna like do something? I'm like, I don't know.
Is Brayla dead at this point? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
I didn't know. And then he was like basically saying something like all this stuff like burnt up and bleached. So I'm like, what are you talking about? And then he's like, is Brayla family with you? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't. So I know Brayla. I only know Brayla for like.
When you asked him, what are you talking about with the bleach and burnt up?
Like, and he was like, I'm just telling you so you won't be in the loop. I'm like, my exact question is, I'm like, okay.
What do you think he meant by the bleach?
Cause I don't know. Like, I don't do stuff like that.
It's fine. I didn't say.
Okay, yeah, but I'm like, I don't.
I'm just asking, what do you think he meant?
Like, people do a lot of stuff with bleach. Like,
what do they do with bleach?
I don't know.
What do you?
Like murder stuff.
Trayvon instructs Tion to delete all their conversations. And not long after the suspicious phone call, she sees on social media that Brayla has been murdered.
Want to try tirzepatide?
So this is tirzepatide, and it is the #1 weight loss medication available right now. This is not only a GLP-1.
Since details about the presence of bleach being found in the car was never released to the public, investigators realized that this is their smoking gun. Trayvon Miller is their man. Although the police are sure they know that it was Trayvon who pulled the trigger and ended Brayla's life, they still weren't sure about Tion's role. They needed to figure out whether she had knowledge of the crime before or after it was committed.
Did he ever tell you that pretty much done what he did? I think he did. You need to talk about that.
But I'm saying I'm trying to, but you're kind of talking over me. But I kind of thought to myself, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Did he do that? Because when the last time I talked to him, he was like, oh, he coming over here to talk. I'm thinking maybe he got through what I told you. But then he asked me, was Brayla saying with the stuff? All that stuff burnt and bleached. And he don't want me in, like, so I won't be in the loop or something. And I was confused, like, what are you talking about, the loop? And, like, I'm like, what the hell? So I'm like, okay. At the time, like, it didn't seem real. You know what I'm saying? It didn't seem real. So I'm like, maybe he just, like, really, like, real deal, like, talking, like, just saying shit. But
Tion insists that she didn't take Trayvon seriously or know that he was planning a murder. It wasn't until she saw people posting about the crime on social media that she made the horrible realization. And the officer seems to believe her.
And then once I found out, like, people, like, posting on the internet, I'm like, oh.
How long was it from that conversation with him to when you found out on the internet?
About like an hour. And this number.
This was the number he was calling from, correct?
Yes, sir.
While Tion puts on a hard exterior and tries to distance herself from the situation, the officer forces her to realize that cooperating is her only option outside of handcuffs.
You're going to have to write out a statement for me of all this.
Well, I don't want to be in court, to be honest.
Listen to me. This is our second interview we had to do with you.
I know,
You should have told us the truth up front. We could have charged you.
But I didn't think you were capable of nothing like that.
I know. I didn't say that you wanted him to do this. I didn't say you wanted any of this to happen. But what you got to do now is save your own life.
Yeah,
He screwed his own life.
And I didn't know.
Like I told you before, he's been in other stuff before. He screwed his own life. You didn't have anything to do with that. But what you got to do right now is take care of yourself. You got to think about what your father would tell you right now.
But
you want to take a charge for him or not? Then you're going to write a statement.
I didn't know anything about that.
I know you didn't. But lying to us when you should have told us the first time.
But I told you I didn't think you was capable of anything like that, and I don't.
But you didn't tell us any of this. You should have. And you know that. And that's why we're having to do a second interview with you.
Okay.
So now it's time to be honest.
Finally understanding that it's her only option, Tion fills out a full statement explaining everything that Trayvon has said to her over the phone. A very clear picture of the crime is forming for investigators. Trayvon Miller was having a sexual relationship with Brayla, and he was terrified that she was going to expose him. So he asked to talk, brought her to a place that they would go to hook up, and he turned a gun on her. Then, after committing the crime, he called multiple witnesses and confessed ambiguous details of the event. On July 8, 2020, less than 2 weeks after Brayla's body was discovered, Trayvon Miller was arrested by the Sherwood Police Department. A little over a year after his arrest, Trayvon finally received his sentence. In Arkansas, Trayvon could have received the death penalty for killing Brayla. Instead, the judge sentenced him to 50 years in prison. Now, if you think this case was horrific, you need to check out my video on the evil husband who thought he could get away with murdering his wife.
Too many times was I told. That I had to choose between
Garrick and Zaza told us they left their homes in Russia.
New video of what Putin is doing to his own soldiers. Video that appears to be Russian soldiers banished to a dark concrete cellar, refusing to return to the front line in Ukraine.
We have information that the Russian military has been actually executing soldiers who refuse to follow orders. Something crazy is unfolding inside Russia's war in Ukraine. An estimated 50,000 Russian soldiers have deserted the battlefield, choosing to walk away from Putin's army. They're abandoning their units, their commanders, and the fight they were sent to win. For years now, the Kremlin has tried to hide this data, but the scale of these runaway troops is becoming clearer and clearer. These soldiers are risking prison, exile, even death to get out. This has left Putin exposed, to the point that he is now begging for help from North Korea to cover the losses. So what's pushing these soldiers to make such a dangerous choice? In this video, we'll dive into answering that question and explore the growing leak in Russia's war machine and what it means for Russia and ultimately the world.
Hey up there, points! Points! Miles?
Stop! I'm telling Dad you used credit. It's 10% off if you sign up.
No. Oh boy.
It's okay to use credit sometimes. Let's talk about it.
Find a healthier approach to money at Gisa.
To understand why so many soldiers are fleeing from Putin's ranks, we need to look at what they're really facing on the ground. Simply put, the war, now in its 4th year, looks nothing like what Russian soldiers were promised. Back in February of 2022, Russian troops rolled into Ukraine with a sense of confidence. The Kremlin called it a special military operation, not a war, and the message was loud and clear. This would be quick, clean, and victorious. Soldiers, some barely 20 years old, were told that they'd march in, take control, and be back at home as heroes in a matter of days. They believed the propaganda, expecting to be greeted as liberators by Russian-speaking Ukrainians. But the reality hit like a freight train. Instead of all that, Ukraine fought back hard. Civilians stood their ground, towns didn't fall, and entire cities pushed back, leading to the collapse of Russia's plans. Young soldiers, many with no real combat experience, found themselves in a nightmare they weren't prepared for. That early shock planted doubt. Now that doubt is continuing to spread, and desertions are its clearest sign. Life on the front lines is a big reason why soldiers are leaving. The conditions they face every day are awful. Many are stuck in trenches for months, living in mud and freezing cold. In winter, temperatures can drop to -4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is around -20 degrees Celsius. That's the definition of ice cold. Soldiers often lack proper jackets or boots. Some get frostbite just trying to stay warm. On top of that, food is so scarce that most days they're lucky to get one meal, like a stale piece of bread or a can of meat that's barely edible. Supplies are so limited that some dig trenches with their hands because there aren't enough shovels. Their clothes wear out, their fingers bleed from scraping frozen dirt, and there's no relief in sight. This isn't the strong, well-equipped army the world was told about. It's a system that can't even take care of its own men, and that failure is pushing soldiers to their breaking point. They were promised glory. What they got was frostbite, fear, and a one-way ticket to a war they never chose. And if you believe their voices shouldn't be buried, hit like and subscribe. Physical hardship, the mental toll is crushing. Soldiers live with constant fear. Artillery shells explode nearby, making it impossible to sleep. They see their friends die from drones or gunfire with no time to stop and grieve. The stress builds up, leaving many shaking or jumping at every sound. But it's not just the danger. It's the feeling that the war doesn't make sense. The Kremlin told them they were fighting to protect Russian-speaking people or to make Russia stronger. But on the ground, soldiers see destroyed homes and dead civilians. They're told to just keep fighting, but they don't know why. This disconnect eats away at them, day after day. When you're risking your life for something that feels pointless, the mind starts to break. And for many, that's when the urge to run becomes stronger than the fear of punishment. And the military's failures make things even worse. Commanders often give orders that don't make sense or lead soldiers into real danger. Some units are sent to battles with no clear plan, walking into traps because no one told them what to expect. Communication often breaks down, with radios malfunctioning, batteries dead, and soldiers cut off from their own side. In some cases, they're even hit by their own artillery because commanders don't know where their troops are. These aren't rare mistakes. They happen all the time. Soldiers are told to attack a position, only to find it's already been hit by their own side, leading to deadly mix-ups. When the people in charge can't keep you safe, it's hard to trust them. That loss of trust, even in their own equipment, is a huge factor why soldiers are walking away. What's worse is that commanders aren't just making mistakes, but they're often nowhere to be found when things get tough. Some stay far from the fighting, hiding in safer spots while their men face the enemy alone. Others give impossible orders, then blame the soldiers when things go wrong. There are stories of units begging for help, radioing for evacuation after losing half their men, only to be ignored. Soldiers wait for days, watching their friends die with no rescue coming. This kind of betrayal cuts deep. It's one thing to face a tough enemy, it's another to feel like your own leaders don't even care if you live or die. For many soldiers, this is another moment where they decide they've had enough. For the few commanders who are actually staying with their troops, well, things are bad still. Many experienced officers were killed early in the war or pushed out to make room for loyalists who don't always know what they're doing. The ones left are dealing with soldiers who don't trust them and recruits who don't want to be there. To fill the gaps that are left behind through losses and deserters, Russia is using unreliable groups, such as prisoners, promised freedom if they fight, mercenaries who really only care about money, and even foreign fighters from places like North Korea. These groups are difficult to control, and some members even desert or ignore orders, contributing to the chaos. The Russian army is becoming a mix of people who don't belong together, led by officers who can't keep them in line. Back home, the soldiers' families are dealing with their own struggles. The Russian government is putting pressure on wives, mothers, and siblings to stay quiet about the war. If they ask where their loved ones are or why they haven't come home, they're often told to stop talking. Some are threatened with losing their jobs or having their children taken away. And these aren't empty threats. The government follows through, and some families have faced arrest just for speaking out. This is meant to keep everyone in line, to stop families from encouraging their sons or husbands to run. But it's backfiring. Soldiers hear about their families being harassed, and it makes them even angrier at the system they're fighting for. Put yourself in their shoes and question, why would you risk your life for a government that threatens your own mother? It's just crazy. However, for those soldiers who decided to stay and fight, well, the reality is often grim. Due to all these factors we've discussed, many units are losing men fast. Right now, an estimated 1 million Russian casualties have been recorded in this war. That's a huge number. It's like having the entire population of Dallas, Texas wiped out. To replace them, Russia is drafting new recruits. But they aren't trained soldiers. They're regular people, some in their 40s or 50s, others fresh out of school with almost no preparation.
Monday.com is the best AI for work, and here's why. Let me show you some of the mind-blowing things thousands of companies are already doing with.
They get a few weeks of basic drills, are handed old rifles that don't always work, and are sent into a battle against experienced fighters with modern equipment. Couple that with terrible gear, and their chances of survival keep dropping. These men are thrown into the same chaos as the veterans, but with even less chance of walking out. It's no wonder why so many are just running away, some before they even reach the front lines. Gets even worse for those who get hurt in the fight. Some soldiers, even after being wounded, aren't allowed proper recovery time. They're patched up just enough to walk and then forced back into combat. Many have been sent straight back from hospital tents into trenches with bandages still fresh and limbs barely working. Medics don't always have the power to stop it. Orders come down fast, and if a soldier can still hold a rifle, they're declared fit for duty. Soldiers have seen men with shrapnel wounds dragged into trucks and driven to the front line. That kind of treatment isn't rare. It's becoming the norm. These aren't just harsh policies, they show how desperate the Russian military has become. When an army starts recycling its wounded, it's not just a sign of cruelty, it's a sign that they're running out of men. And when you're injured and still forced to fight, the idea of running away starts to feel like the only way to survive. However, desertion is not an easy thing to do. And in the case of the Russian military, it carries a huge risk. Soldiers can't just walk away and go home. Running means facing prison, exile, or worse. Many are put in impossible positions with impossible choices, and ultimately for thousands, staying in the war feels even more dangerous. So despite these risks, they try their luck. Some slip away on foot, moving through forests or fields at night to avoid Russian patrols and Ukrainian checkpoints. Every step is a gamble, where one wrong move could mean getting caught or killed. Others try to outsmart the system, pretending to be injured to get sent to a hospital where they might slip away during the transfer. In some areas, civilians in Russian-controlled parts of Ukraine help out, offering food, a place to hide, or directions to safer routes. These people take big risks themselves, but they see the desperation in the soldiers' eyes, and they want to step in. There are also secret networks, often on apps like Telegram, that share tips on avoiding checkpoints or passing as a civilian. These lifelines give soldiers a chance to get out, even if it's not easy. We'll talk more about these in just a second. For those who proceed to escape successfully, some choose not to keep their escape quiet. Some go public after reaching safety and talk about the chaos they saw, the lies from their leaders, the pointless deaths, and the betrayal by their own side. These men describe a military that's falling apart, where soldiers are sent into battle with no plan and no support. One of the most well-known cases is Gleb Karakulov. He worked as an officer in Russia's Federal Protective Service, setting up secure communication for the country's top leaders. In 2022, he fled to Turkey with his family. He said he could no longer support what he called a criminal war. Now, living in exile, he openly criticizes the government and hopes his decision encourages others to speak out too. Then there's Igor Volobuyov. He used to be a top executive at Gazprom Bank. He's originally from Ukraine, and when the war began, he decided he couldn't stay in a country attacking his birthplace. In 2022, he left Russia and went to Kyiv, asking for Ukrainian citizenship and even trying to join their military. Since then, he's been public about Russia's tactics and how dishonest the whole operation felt from the inside. Not all defectors are high-level insiders, though. Most are regular soldiers who were right on the battlefield. A soldier known as Silver, who operates drones for Russia's Storm Z units, defected in 2024. He said he saw his own commanders kill both civilians and their own men. That was enough for him to switch sides. As if to act out in one final show of rebellion, Silver blew up his unit's headquarters before escaping. Talk about burning your bridges. He now fights with a Russian group helping Ukraine and has spoken out about what pushed him to escape. But even before these relatively recent rebels, we saw signs of disillusionment. In 2022, a paratrooper named Pavel Filyatev abandoned his post and published a detailed report about what he experienced. He talked about his unit stealing from homes just to survive, and said they often had no food or working equipment. His story was raw and disturbing. Another case is Daniil Flokin. He didn't just leave, he also confessed to crimes while serving in Ukraine. He blamed the leadership and said he couldn't take part in a war which he didn't believe in anymore. All of these men had different roles. Some were soldiers, some worked in government or business, but the one thing they shared was the moment they realized they couldn't be part of this war any longer. Their stories show how deeply broken things are inside of Russia's war effort. They weren't rebels to begin with, but the war made them speak out. Luckily for these brave souls who wish to escape, help has been coming to aid in this process. Ukraine has created a way for Russian soldiers who want to escape the war. Since 2022, they've been running a project called I Want to Live. It gives soldiers safe paths to surrender or defect. The plan uses phone lines, online channels, and even messages dropped by drones to reach troops directly. The goal is simple: help soldiers leave the battlefield and come into Ukrainian custody safely. Some end up joining a group called the Freedom of Russia Legion. Others receive protection, and thousands have already taken this route. Ukraine isn't just helping with escape, it's also using public messages to encourage soldiers to quit the war. These campaigns show real examples of defectors being treated well. That's made it easier for others to trust the process. There have even been cases where families were brought back together through outside support. These stories aren't just about war, they're about showing soldiers that choosing to walk away won't mean being punished. One former soldier, whose voice was later used anonymously in Ukrainian media, said, "They promised medals, but all I saw was blood and frostbite. When I heard about the hotline, I knew it was..."
Oh yeah. Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is finally done. What the?
Why aren't you using Scribe?
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's Jeff. We are here over on the classic, the golden age, probably widely the most positively reviewed Call of Duty of all time. We are here over on Call of Duty Black Ops 2. This game was, I feel like over all of the years of playing Call of Duty, making content, being a part of the community and everything, I feel like Black Ops 2 was truly the game that felt like every single person, at the very least, liked the game. It was very rare for you to find people that hated BO2, unless you were really trying to be different. We're here over on the PC version of the game over on Steam. Now again, this whole series that I've been doing where I've been going back to these games over on Steam, I have to again put another disclaimer here. These games are not safe to play over on PC. There's a whole lot of ratting, RCE exploits, people get hit offline, your IP is exposed. I am currently on a brand new account. I am Superman Fan 60. I was inspired after watching the recent Superman movie. That's a good movie. It says there are currently 69 people online, and if we go into public match over here, find match, apparently there are 18 people over here in team deathmatch. It should quickly get me right into a game because probably only 2 exist, and yeah. So if you guys want some more of these kinds of videos where I go back and play these and put myself at risk, let me know down in the comments section. If I leave a like on this video. And also, if you're new here, subscribe. Straight up, my 2 favorite maps in the entire game. I really like Standoff and Free-For-All. I played this game a ton in Free-For-All. What's actually really nice about this being in here, nothing looks really crazy. Well, okay, this guy is a glitched Prestige with no level. Okay, never mind. I was about to say there's nobody out here with a bunch of crazy Prestige stuff, but I was wrong. I couldn't get my controller to work, so I'm gonna have to do mouse and keyboard again. Why do all of these games have toggle? I'm level 1, so I don't have anything I could use here. I'm even throwing C4 on PC. I'm sick to my stomach. Yeah, I remember this was the game, and what was it? MW3 also had a crazy C4 issue. C4 basically operated as like an all-purpose grenade on steroids. But you can lean? Wait, on PC you can lean. Look at this. On console you could not lean. I don't even think it actually does anything, though. Oh, I got a DSR. Oh, fuck. I forgot about the ridiculous emblem editor on here. There's a reason why we can't have nice... People make the disgusting things I've ever seen. It's gonna be a pain editing this video. I pretty much only have, like, good feelings related to this game. I don't really... Usually I have, like, some sort of overwhelmingly negative thing to say about games. Like, there's out there. There's usually one big glaring issue with each of these games. Kind of the fun of it as well, getting a new one every single year to slowly find out what the issue is. Some of them are more fun to find out than others. I'll say that. This game, I remember specifically making a whole bunch of different videos and stuff. Some of the first videos I ever made where they actually got any kind of traction anyway, I was making a whole bunch of regular videos and stuff, and I was getting, you know, my 50 likes, 100 likes maybe, or whatever. But then I started doing, like, some vlog-related type ones, doing, like, big rants and stuff about things in the game. Completely unhinged, shitty-ass videos, but I can do creative class now. Okay, so can I do any kind of sniper rifle? I can unlock the DSR. Unlock equip. One of the main issues with this game is that C4 was incredibly powerful. I would say that it was probably even more powerful over on MW3, but they basically operated the same way. This game had some unlock tokens as well, kind of similar to Ghost, but not exactly. It's definitely different. We had this wildcard system. It was a pick 10 system as well, so we could do like a perk 1 greed. What else was really strong in this game? C4 was annoying. Sniping was pretty strong, although they did end up nerfing the DSR. It was one of the most unexpected patches ever because we weren't having close conversation with the devs at the time. It wasn't nearly as like interactive. At least it didn't seem that way. I mean, I could be wrong, but sure, maybe there was some communication, but it's like expected at this point to communicate at least a little bit with your community. Randomly, overnight ended up nerfing the DSR, and it pretty much, I mean, okay, it deserved to be nerfed. It did a crazy amount of damage, and it was really good. The main thing that they did to it was they hit the bolt speed on it, so whenever you go and pop it, that is much longer than it was. I don't know how much of a nerf it was, but it definitely was noticeable. It was so noticeable to the point to where it became difficult to even get quad feeds on screen. Steam authorization failed. Am I hacked? Is it over? Got a different lobby. Okay.
How to fix a game that's crashing. As a first step, click on the search box and type in Device Manager. Here you have to click on Device Manager. After that, click on Display Adapters. Then choose your specific graphics card, right-click, and choose Update Driver. Here you have to click on Search Automatically for Drivers. Then click on Close, and close the windows. This method is not always sufficient. If the problem hasn't been solved yet, download the latest driver from the internet. Open a web browser and type in the model of your graphics card. But in the description you can find the links to download and finished, then search for software. If that didn't work, click on the search box and type in graphics settings. Click on graphics settings. Search your games in the list. If you can't find the game you're looking for, then use the browse button to add the startup file of the game. I created a file called game for this video. Don't let it confuse you. Choose the game and click on the options button and select high performance mode. And then save. And now you can close the window. Start up Steam. Click on the library and search for the game. I created a file called game for this video, so don't let that confuse you. Right-click on it and choose Properties. Click on the installed files. Then click on the Verify Integrity of Game Files button. Wait until it finishes. When it's ready, click on the browser button. Then right-click on the game application and click Properties. click on Compatibility tab. Take in the Run this program in compatibility mode. Try Windows 7 and Windows 8 mode. And take in the Disable Full Screen optimizations as well. The Run this program as administrator function doesn't always work. If it's enabled, it might cause the game not to start, but try it anyway. I only recommend the run in 6040 by 480 resolution in the worst case scenario, as it significantly decreases the resolution quality. Click on Apply and OK. And finally, you're ready to play the game. Click on the search box and type in updates. Click on the Check for Updates button. After that, click on Check for Updates. If the search has found any update, then download it. If the download has been finished, then restart your computer. When it's ready, then close the window and restart your computer.
Clout is one hell of a drug, and these online personalities became addicted. What may have started as a genuine desire to entertain an audience slowly turned into an endless need for attention. Because once the views start dropping and the money dries up, desperation kicks in. And that's when things get dark. Today we're diving into the craziest stories of streamers who went to unimaginable lengths for internet fame. Starting with Arab Andy, whose brainless antics may have inspired an entire generation of toxic streamers. Jamal Haraz was a part of the IRL streaming wave that grew out of the CX community. A crazy circle of creators formed around controversial Twitch streamer Ice Poseidon. There was a trend of Andy streamers, like Asian Andy, Mexican Andy, who were pushing the limits of what they could get away with in public. But Arab Andy was one of the most extreme. He farmed donations by letting his viewers control his surroundings. Arab Andy had an audio speaker on full blast strapped to his backpack. Viewers would donate money, and the message they sent or the audio they requested would blare out loud so anyone near Jamal could hear it.
I'm going to be starting up donations, so I can get self-stick and other stuff like that, just to do more equipment and, there's more things.
Now, this could often be seen as a harmless prank, but since Andy had absolutely zero moderation, many of the donations consisted of racist language, threats to others, and anything to become a public nuisance. It was only a matter of time before one of these live streams got out of control, and on May 31st, 2018, that's exactly what happened. Arab Andy casually walked onto the University of Washington's campus looking to start trouble. He was not enrolled as a student, but he had his backpack on, and his speaker turned up to max volume. First, he entered a random lecture with the intention of interrupting the class.
Well, when random people show up to my class and start recording me, I want to know why.
Yeah, I bet. I don't know why. They just sent me, dude. UW.
Who sent you?
UW. Authorities.
Who? Do you have any kind of identification?
I work for the UW facility for filming. The filming.
No, I've never heard of such a thing.
You never heard of that?
No.
We just started hiring last year.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, dude, I'll come back later when there's less people.
Okay.
Enjoy your class, dude.
Okay.
I guess. Okay.
Then he moved on to another area of campus where a small end-of-year gathering was happening, and this is where things took a darker turn. Nobody around him knew who he was, and without warning, a donation alert blared from his speaker. C4 has been successfully activated. Bomb detonation countdown successfully started.
C4 has been successfully activated. Bomb detonation countdown successfully started.
Now, just to clarify, most of the screaming you heard in that clip was from the audio file playing from his speaker. Whoever donated found an audio file that had a bomb detonation countdown combined with an explosion as well as those screams. But when played loud enough and with adrenaline kicked in, it's likely that the people around the speaker could have confused it for being real. As the students and staff ran out of the building, the authorities were notified that there may have been an attempted attack on campus. For the next hour, the entire area was locked down while authorities searched the scene. As the chaos spread throughout, Arabandi remained alive. He recorded himself casually walking around campus and captured real-time reactions from terrified students.
Kyle Powder was saying that there was an announcement saying that the bomb was about to detonate in 10 seconds or something like that, and that's why they pulled the thing. Oh god. Okay, wait, what? Someone made an announcement in the building?
No way, someone did that? That's fucked up.
As Andy heard the deafening sirens from police, fire trucks, and ambulances approaching the school, he realized his desperate attempt for virality may just have gotten him in huge trouble.
Dude. Look, what the hell, dude? Holy shit, dude. It's not even a bomb, guys. I don't know what. Damn.
He quickly scurried off school grounds, thinking he was in the clear. He even tried to claim that this wasn't his fault.
Guys, again, I did not do anything. That was a donation, dude. I'm not gonna GPS.
Now from here, the smart thing to do would be to turn off the light and lay low and wait for the police to give up on their ch. But Arabandi is not a smart guy. He continued to live stream and continued to allow his chatters to donate and play random things from his speaker. As he walked through a crowded city street a few blocks away from the school, it was extremely easy for police to figure out who was responsible for the bomb threat. They ran up to him with their guns drawn, unsure if he was a literal terrorist or a prankster.
But I like
experiments, such as what if the homeless gave you
my phone.
maybe lay low and wait for the police to give up on their search. But Arabandi is not a smart guy. He continued to live stream and continued to allow his chatters to donate and play random things from his speaker. As he walked through a crowded city street a few blocks away from the school, it was extremely easy for police to figure out who was responsible for the bomb threat. They ran up to him with their guns drawn, unsure if he was a literal terrorist or a prankster.
Underground. Wait, what's going on?
On the ground, don't make any sudden moves.
Okay, I'm recording, bro. If you're gonna sue me.
That's fine.
What are you doing, bro? Put the gun down. Put the gun down. What are you doing, bro?
You got me?
What are you doing, bro?
Record all you want, that's totally fine. Move this way.
Wait, let me take my phone.
If you contacted in place until bomb threat, move away from
What?
it right now. That way.
What did I do?
On the ground.
I didn't do nothing, bro.
Lay on the ground.
That was TTS. That was a donation.
On the ground now.
Lacking situational awareness and completely downplaying the severity of the situation, he doesn't remain still and tries to tell the officer it was just a prank. And it's honestly surprising that American police officers gave him so much grace because they had no idea if he was a real threat or not. And as we all know, it was just a prank and there actually was no bomb. But the damage had been done and he was in serious trouble. He was arrested and the police charged him with threat to bomb or injure property. He tried to plead his case and explain that it was just a harmless prank, but the law doesn't see it that way. The courtroom set his bail at $75,000 and banned him from uploading anything else to YouTube. And for those thinking that this was unfair, it's likely that law enforcement needed to make sure to punish him in a way that would prevent other clout chasers from attempting such stupid pranks ever again, especially on college campuses. It's unclear if Arabandi ended up serving any jail time. All I could find was that years later he tried to make a return to YouTube, but shortly after he disappeared again. The same thing can't be said for Fuzi, who has a long history of going to great lengths to chase clout, disappear, and come back to set the bar even higher, or lower. At his peak, FuziTube had turned prank content into a money printing machine, earning tens of millions of views on simple, harmless pranks.
You just call my butt fat? I thought you was a girl, man.
You thought I was a girl? No, you know you liked what you saw. Don't discriminate now. It's still Kim K size. Looks like you want to scratch a piece off, huh?
With that, bro.
Fuzi secured millions of subscribers in the earlier days of YouTube, who laughed along with his creative ideas. However, this created an immense amount of pressure to maintain such high viewership, which is why he shifted from mild pranks to thought-provoking social experiments, such as what if the homeless gave you money, and the kidnapping children experiment, where instead of laughing at a silly goose time, the viewer was challenged with a deep introspective assessment. What would you do in this situation? Now, creating a think piece to assess a societal problem was not necessarily a bad idea. However, when Fuzi did not get the reactions he wanted from strangers, he decided to orchestrate reactions from actors or friends that he hired, which turns an interesting thought experiment into a scripted performance that doesn't accurately represent reality. But the real desperation was apparent when he started faking the dumbest ideas, like fake farting in the gym.
Give me a What?
Man, this is some bull. Man, you farting when I'm lifting weights.
Why are you worried about my farts when you're supposed to be here trying to stop the sag?
I mean, but damn.
Other rising prank YouTubers like Danny Duncan were on a crusade to call out Fuzi for his fakery.
But he's still lying by saying this prank's real or this prank's real or this prank's real. Yeah. Like, and you don't need to do that. That's why I'm here. It's like it's just the principle of lying. Like, you don't have to lie to people to make a video.
And while it may seem like Danny was being overdramatic, he had a simple point that many agreed with. Pranks are supposed to be these funny, spontaneous, and ideally harmless moments that capture the hilarious, authentic reactions from people. But the moment a prank is staged, it becomes soulless, defeating the entire point of having fun. Fuzi initially tried to justify his actions by saying that every other prankster faked their videos, but his attitude and hypocrisy made him easy to hate.
It was the fakest reactions I've ever seen in my entire life. And yes, guys, but Fuzi, you fake shit. How are you gonna talk about fake shit? Exactly. If anybody knows about fake shit, it's me.
As the years went on, his viewership started to nosedive, which also meant he was losing money, relevance, and then maybe his sanity. That's when the motivational speaker version of Fuzi was born. He started posting these intense rants about positivity, destiny, and mental health. He said he had been chosen by God, that he was here to change the world, that he was going to inspire millions of people and bring the planet together through love. And while the message sounded positive, the delivery felt unstable.
There is nothing on this earth that can happen to me that I cannot overcome and beat. No matter what anyone says, no matter what anyone does, no matter anything, you are the only person who has the power to stop you. You are the only person who has the power to win this fight.
But even with all of these positive messages, people could tell something was off. His behavior felt erratic, and the way he talked started raising concerns about his mental health.
Anybody at the bottom in the YouTube comment section who goes, you go through depression, you go through bipolar, how the hell are you going to be a motivational speaker? I can stand up strong and say, watch me.
But then he announced something that totally shocked everyone, that he was throwing an event.
I am now, for the first time, going back to the city that destroyed me, Los Angeles, California, and taking back ownership of my life and my power and throwing the biggest event that Los Angeles has ever seen on July 15th. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We're just getting started. Here we go.
Fuzi named this event Hate Dies, Love Arrives. He claimed it would be a massive Coachella-like experience that would be completely free of charge at the Greek Theater in Los Angeles, all meant to spread peace and positivity. Now this sounds like a massive project, something that might take months, maybe even a year to plan, but Fuzi announced the event just 7 days before it would actually take place.
They're getting a free, basically Royal Rumble Coachella experience, because like it's just gonna be 10, 9, 8, a different artist comes out, and it's just gonna get bigger and bigger.
From there, Fuzi uploaded daily videos hyping the event, even titling them Drake July 15th with pictures of Drake as the thumbnail. He even launched a line of merch that had the date July 15th on it as if it meant something huge. This got people talking. It was easily the most attention Fuzi had gotten in years. Keemstar even announced that he was going to be making a documentary about the event.
That's what I'm saying. All of the signs that I see is leaning towards a shit show, and I want to be there to document the
disaster.
However, others like FaZe Banks had to step in to remind everyone to be cautious of Fousey because he seems to be mentally unstable.
We're not talking about someone who's all there right now, okay? He's going through a manic episode, 1 trillion percent.
I don't know if that's true.
1 bajillion percent.
Fousey started prophesizing his own life, going on rants about how this event was a message directly from God, and that he was going to unite the entire entertainment industry in the name of love and peace. His desperation for views was so high that he was tagging celebrities in his Instagram posts such as Ellen DeGeneres and Diddy, asking them to show up to the event. He even begged LeBron James to show up and promised him that 1 million people would be watching the event live. When the event started, Fousey live streamed it from his YouTube channel, and only about 2,000 people tuned in, so he made the title "Need 2 million viewers for Drake," as if he was going to magically appear somehow. Fousey tripling down on the idea that Drake would be there is maybe the only reason why a couple hundred people even showed up. And to no surprise, they never got Drake. Instead, the crowd got embarrassing performances from no-name rappers.
Like a big Ollie on my wanna me and they think and you know I'm with the shit, so you know I'm about to hit cause I'm till the shit you quit.
And then, when no one thought the event could get any worse, the venue was evacuated by police because of a bomb threat. To this day, no one knows where the threat came from, and the show was over before it even began. But Fousey wasn't done embarrassing himself just yet. Instead of leaving, he climbed on top of a car in the parking lot and started arguing with Keemstar in front of a crowd of confused fans.
I invested all my money into this event, and I did it for free. My accountant said, Yusuf, where are you gonna make your money? I said, that's not a problem to me. I didn't care. But before I even got to do the event, before I even got to tell my story, you're making a documentary on it so you can post it after the fact. So if it flops, you can have the hot news on how Fousey f***ed up and he should.
In the middle of the argument, Fousey started rapping.
You're still talking about the little things. You're heating up your breakfast when I'm heating up my dinner. Hey, you burning in the summer while I'm bundled up in the winter.
Before immediately switching back to expressing serious mental health concerns.
I rewatched videos going viral after the attention you're giving me now of you saying Fousey is the biggest piece of shit, egotistical asshole on this earth. I have bipolar and depression. That what you put into my head made me want to.
For the next 10 minutes, as helicopters swirled above, Fousey tried to explain why this event was supposed to change his life, why it was a calling from God, and that he actually wasn't lying about Drake.
I call OVO Johnny and I'm telling him what's happening. And I'm like, am I a leech for this? Am I doing something wrong? He doesn't tell me to stop, and he doesn't say, I'll text Drake for you, or my brother OVO Ryan. He goes, just put your faith in God. So I keep going. I called Lexi Pantera, a beautiful artist and dancer. She was also in Tyler Perry's Boom-a-Dia Halloween 1 and 2. Shout out Tyler Perry for being my mentor always. I call her just to get her energy. I'm creating energy, right? Around me, through everybody, the universe, everybody's on the same mission.
I think YouTube has destroyed and rotted his brain. I worry for him. This is 100% mental instability. Being off his meds might be dangerous. And yet, after all this chaos, it ended with Fousey just admitting on Adam22's podcast that he never actually met Drake, he just kind of stood next to him one time.
So you didn't meet Drake, he just looked at you. I mean, if he just looked at you, did you really meet Drake?
Do something for me. In the next 2 hours, will for yourself to touch nose with Drake. So if it happens, I'll sell my entire YouTube channel. I'll give you $10 million.
Did you touch nose to nose?
Literally like this. That's how close he was to me. I did that because I manifested that because I believe in myself, Keem. This has always been me from the start.
And then a day after this failed event, Fousey decided he would drop a diss track on Rice Gum called 4 Ghosts.
Rice ain't got no spirit, got no deeper layer. One ghost writer, one ghost Fortnite player.
Fousey lied about Drake performing at his event, caused a bomb scare, and destroyed his reputation worse than it already was. And the sad part is, his unstable mental health and addiction became his entire appeal as a content creator for the years after. When he returned to live streaming on Kick, he openly spoke about battling bipolar disorder, depression, addiction, and anxiety, turning his meltdowns into viral content.
When you get that upset, we're dangerous. Physically and emotionally.
You're right. You're right. I am dangerous. I am dangerous. I'm very dangerous, and I don't give a fuck.
Now, to some degree, this could be seen as a good thing, to help educate others on the importance of mental health and the realities of those who suffer, but then he would sometimes stage public disappearances, stunts, or hospitalizations to drive views and sympathy, leading to a never-ending teeter-totter of people unsure of whether or not to feel bad for him or to despise him.
What if I die from my kidney exploding and you guys say we're coming and I'm dead on your behalf in Australia? I hope I die so that I can blame Australia forever and my parents can sue them for every $dollar they're worth.
However, everyone can agree that social media is a net negative for Fuzi, as attention is his drug and he is willing to destroy himself to get it.
How they should have bribed you to lose the weight in the first place. So now before they make the
every day, he just likes to eat. Stop justifying being fat and not having a Stop justifying being fat. Stop justifying not working.
And yet, Fuzi's past decade of clout chasing doesn't even remotely compare to Johnny Somali, whose desperation for views got him literally banned in 2 different countries, and now he is facing prison time. Johnny Somali initially started creating content by vlogging his adventures in Japan. Many American live streamers visit Japan because it is safe, clean, and visually interesting. Its vibrant cities, unique fashion, and amazing food allow for an affordable, yet high-quality experience that makes casual streams feel exciting. But somewhere along the line, Johnny's intentions shifted. Broadcasting his fun adventures turned into what he called trolling. But his version of trolling wasn't just jokes or harmless pranks. He went into public spaces, usually with a speaker strapped to his backpack, and tried to annoy as many strangers as he could. He'd say offensive things or blast disrespectful audio clips, all while live streaming to his small audience. Johnny got a taste of the attention he so desperately wanted when a clip of him harassing someone on a train in Japan went viral.
You know Hiroshima? You know Hiroshima? Nagasaki? You know why you do this? Pearl Harbor? Hiroshima, Nagasaki!
Johnny berates this man for 4 minutes straight, repeatedly saying Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which are literally just the names of 2 Japanese cities. Now we know he was trying to make some sort of edgy joke in reference to the devastating bomb attacks that the American government dropped on those cities during World War II. But the innocent man on the train probably had no idea. He was just confused and probably annoyed.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki, you know. You know Hiroshima, Nagasaki? We're gonna do again. What? Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. We do again. You understand? You don't know.
Now, Japan is known for its deeply rooted culture of respect, order, and social harmony, and Johnny saw that as an opportunity to exploit. He knew that the average Japanese citizen wouldn't fight back, wouldn't yell, and would most likely try to avoid confrontation at all costs. That's what made this the perfect setting for his so-called content. But Johnny was mistaken, because Japanese citizens were extremely pissed off with his behavior and actively tried to find him and confront him. You could feel how scared and caught off guard he was after being smacked in the face.
It's good to know people in Japan. Let's be respectful. I hope nobody in the chat was saying weird shit. If I go back and... Whoa, what the... Chill out. Chill out. Stop. Hey, relax. Relax, nothing, no problem. Relax.
1 week later, he was attacked again.
Right now, hop in Discord. Oh, whoa, what the... Yo, relax. Yo, stop.
As satisfying as it was to watch Johnny get roughed up, it did not slow him down. Even though his safety was at risk, he was getting more viewers, which was his ultimate goal. The only time you actually saw him genuinely upset was when he got a temporary 72-hour ban from the live streaming platform Kick.
I don't know what I could have done to get a 72-hour, dog. They said permaban or only till ice free. I guess they banned me till ice free.
The hate for Johnny just kept spreading throughout the country, and whenever he was confronted, like by this man living in Japan, he would fold and lie like a coward.
Is that you? Yeah, this you? No.
You sure?
It's me. Yeah, what's up?
I got a problem with you, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm a
My wife is Japanese.
Okay.
You go there insulting people like that. You know how many people from Hiroshima joking about that?
I know.
So why are you joking about the people?
I was drunk. I was drunk. I know.
Family suffered. People suffered because of that. You're on the train harassing people like that?
I was drunk.
Don't do it again, bro.
I haven't done it again since.
I seen how people in Tokyo whoop your ass. You're lucky I don't do the same, bro.
Is that a threat?
It is, yeah. Because you go out harassing people like that, innocent people who didn't do anything. Japanese people are some of the most polite people.
I was
Japanese
drunk
people
when it happened.
are
I
the most
apologize.
polite people I ever met in my life.
Okay.
And you're on the with them like that for what, bro? For a little bit of clout? It's pathetic. Come on, man.
But sadly, his antics persisted.
You watermelon nigga, nigga, what? Show these niggas psycho, nigga. Keep moving, nigga.
The more he made it clear that he did not respect Japanese culture or Japanese people, the more they retaliated. And it seemed like every other day he would provoke others until they felt like they had to physically defend themselves from him. There was one incident that is far too graphic for YouTube, but Johnny and his friend got knocked out cold for provoking the wrong guy, leaving his face busted open and bloodied. And you would think that after Johnny Somali got the Mario coin smashed out of him, he would change his behavior, but he didn't. And soon, the police would have to do something about it. During his time in Osaka, Somali entered a hotel construction site without permission. He started laughing and taunting the workers. But this time, the consequences involved the authorities. Japanese police arrested him for obstruction of business.
Why? Nande? Security check. Security check. What's the security on this? Wait, why you take a photo of me? Why did you take so emotional? I'm not emotional, Daijoubu. I'm okay. Okay. Oh my. I don't want to empty my bag into there. Why?
The Japanese police were extremely polite and cordial, and they seemingly let him off with a warning. But then his antics got him arrested again, and he was charged with conspiracy to obstruct business after blasting loud music in a restaurant during his live stream. Japanese citizens were more than fed up, and evidently so were the authorities. In January of 2024, he was found guilty, fined a few $1,000, and was officially banned from Japan. Now this should have been the end of his antics, but instead, Johnny took it as an opportunity to move to another country, because for a man as desperate for clout as Johnny Somali, getting banned from countries was like collecting infinity stones. In October of 2024, he arrived in South Korea, and as soon as he touched down, it was evident he was taking his obnoxious behavior to new heights. He harassed even more people using public transportation, one of his all-time favorite stunts. Then while walking past the sacred Comfort Women statue, a memorial honoring Korean women forced into sexual slavery by Japanese military during World War II, Johnny blatantly disrespected it in front of everyone, twerking and giving the statue a lap dance. This monument is one of the most solemn and emotional landmarks in South Korea. Johnny's disrespect set off a national outrage. Korean viewers clipped the footage and shared it across South Korean social media. News outlets covered it within hours, but Johnny thought the outrage was funny, so he went to other versions of the statue, kissed and fondled them, and even rubbed oil on himself while dancing on the statue again. Johnny continued his buffoonery from the streets of Seoul, taunting locals and daring people to confront him.
So what do you want to talk about? Swing or not? Like, niggas gonna come up to me, bro, why you being racist to other people in other countries? For money, for clout. I've said it many times. I don't give a f. I have no morals. I'm a fucking sociopath. I don't give a f. Put this in your next YouTube documentary. I don't give a f. Our Korean niggas is weak as f.
Swing on him right now. I was waiting for him to swing on Johnny. I was waiting, bro. I was waiting for him to
We're ready,
do it.
Reddit, Twitter, come.
I wanted to stop on his
Hank is here tonight. We're not scared.
And Koreans took Johnny up on his challenge, and on multiple occasions Johnny was hunted down and beat up. And yes, every time he was incredibly scared.
What's up?
Whoa, 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 때렸다. Whoa, 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 레전드. Whoa.
It's almost starting to seem like he has some sort of humiliation kink, because he never would defend himself, just taunt people, get beat up, and then film his battered face for everyone to laugh at. Another South Korean man attacked Johnny while he was still recovering from his last beating.
소말리, 어디가?
어디가?
어?
어디가?
어디가?
Don't touch my shoe.
어디가?
Don't touch me, nigga.
어?
Huh?
소말리 어디가?
Yes, sir.
어디 가냐고?
You guys following me crazy? Listen to you.
어디가?
어디가? What you mean? 어디가?
어디가?
What is 어디가? Oh.
The attacker got arrested, was proud of it, and locals even raised money to pay for his legal bills. But unfortunately, no amount of punches could stop Johnny, until the authorities stepped in once again. In another desperate attempt to clout chase, Somali wreaked havoc in a 7-Eleven for, once again, no reason.
Right to say you should never have kids. Your father was right, your father was right.
What are you talking about?
안 된다고요. 소주 안 된다고.
Shut up.
Police?
Call the police, stupid ass.
He was not detained the evening of these antics, but faced criminal charges and was placed under a travel ban, preventing him from leaving the country while prosecutors built their case. Finally, Johnny Somali was banned from YouTube, Kick, and Twitch, and only then did he try to apologize for his behavior, but he didn't really seem like he wanted to.
Right now, you're a big issue, and a lot of Koreans are mad for what you did, and all we want is for you to just apologize for what you have done.
Okay.
All right?
Trust me, it's the only way, man.
Okay, I'll say right now, I want to apologize to the Korean people. I was not aware of the significance of the statue. I was trying to get, you know what I mean? It was just entertainment from my audience. We're from America. We really don't know much about the Comfort Woman or much about the statue, where we're from. So when I saw this statue, I came upon it on my stream. At first, I really didn't even know what it was. So now after I see the reaction from the Korean people, I see that it really hurt you guys. And my intention in coming to Korea was not to cause this kind of shit.
In South Korea, he was indicted on multiple crimes, including obstruction of business and public indecency, stemming from causing disturbances in convenience stores, playing loud music in public, and engaging in lewd acts near sensitive historical monuments. And these aren't necessarily minor crimes with minimal charges. If convicted on all counts, he could face up to a decade in jail. He showed up to his trial in March of 2025 wearing a MAGA hat, despite being told repeatedly to remove it, showing once again he was not taking any of this seriously, but he did plead guilty to 3 charges, 1 obstruction of business and 2 minor crimes act violations. But Johnny is a clout-addicted idiot, and before he could be sentenced, he decided to once again break the law for attention. He created AI-generated deepfake videos that depicted him kissing a popular Korean streamer named Bong Bong. Under South Korean law, the creation, distribution, or possession of non-consensual AI-generated explicit content is classified as a crime. Legal experts have confirmed that this offense carries a mandatory prison sentence of up to 7 years. Unlike the previous charges, which allowed for financial penalties, this particular crime eliminates the possibility of a mere fine, which means Johnny Somali will be going to jail. During his second trial in May of 2025, he pled guilty to 2 more charges, and his third trial, which is scheduled for August of 2025, will likely address the violence crimes charges. I can only imagine that the people of South Korea want their government to make an example out of Johnny Somali, because if he gets off with a mere slap on the wrist, then there will be more desperate Americans looking to clout chase in their country. Because unsurprisingly, Johnny Somali is not the only live streamer who will be spending time in jail in another country. OG prank YouTuber Vitali is currently behind bars in the Philippines for his desperate attempts at chasing views. Similar to Fuzi, Vitali's Dorzvetsky became a viral YouTube success for his pranks, social experiments, and stunts. His content consistently pushed boundaries, deliberately trying to provoke strangers and get as close as possible to an explosive physical altercation without actually getting knocked out.
Transactions complete. Transactions complete. Yo, transactions complete. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You got it. Yes.
But that's only true if you thought these videos were real. After all, we are talking about the guy who in one video apparently got 4 women to give him their underwear in public by simply just asking.
Ask for your panties.
What?
I came ask you for your panties.
Why?
Because you want to be in my video? We're actually filming a video right now.
Where?
Right there.
Sure, why not?
But for every fake prank Vitaly did, he would follow it up with an undisputable stunt. Like when he ran on the field and removed his shirt at the 2014 World Cup, or when he sprinted on the court during the NBA Finals. Or when he climbed the Hollywood sign in LA.
Now we're out covering the Trump rally down at the Kimmel Show, but right now we have a guy named Vitaly up here on the D of Hollywood sign up on Mount Lee. He's got a sign up saying, "I'm back."
And even though he was detained and fined multiple times throughout his career, he was pretty much able to avoid all consequences. In fact, the more he pushed the boundaries, the more successful he got. He amassed over 10 million subscribers, generated 1.5 billion views, and even though he had a pretty classic downfall as viewers lost interest in pranks as a whole around 2017, he was considered a legendary prank YouTuber. Before the pandemic, he basically retired, and honestly, it seemed like a natural, normal way to exit his career. But we would come to find out that the only reason why he stopped was because his life was spiraling out of control, as he was arrested in Florida after attacking a woman while he was heavily under the influence.
Your boy can stay back there. Put your hand on the car, man. No, put your hand on the car.
Just lean on the car, please.
Lean on the car right there.
Oh my gosh,
Come
I lost everything.
You didn't lose everything. Yes. Yes, here. Let me see. Put your hands here. Check it out, see? I'm gonna put them in the front. You gotta leave your mask on, though.
Okay, I'm sure.
Mask has to go on. Put it over your face.
Okay, so can you listen to, do you know me?
Do I know you? No.
After a 3-year-long hiatus from the internet, most people figured he just moved on with his life, like a normal person would. But that desperation for views and attention just doesn't ever seem to go away, and he tried to make a surprise comeback in 2023 with a 2014-era style prank that just felt like an old man trying to relive his past. But then he discovered the depravity of Kick, a live streaming platform where chaos is rewarded and the rules barely exist. On Kick, Vitaly found the perfect environment to revive his shock jock persona, this time with no need to hide behind scripted pranks. Well, maybe. Vitaly tried to reinvent himself with a live-streamed knockoff version of To Catch a Predator. He'd set up these dramatic sting operations, exposing alleged PDF files with hidden cameras, decoys, and surprise confrontations. It was all very theatrical, doing things like shaving these alleged assailants' eyebrows and heads as a punishment.
I need permission to shave my head and eyebrows. For what? Because I was talking to an underage teen. Okay.
Him embarrassing these men made for extremely viral moments since, well, nobody felt bad for them, and why would you? These are people who are admitting to endangering minors. The crazy part is he started doing collaborations with the likes of Ryan Garcia, Sneeko, and rappers Ty Dolla $ign, Lil Pump, and The Game.
What's going on here?
Nothing.
How old are you?
Nothing.
How old are you? 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 How old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22?
Yeah.
How old is he? No, I am.
Fuck you with my business, bro.
What's going on?
I just wanted to. You just wanted to do what? No, don't be sorry. What did you just wanted to do what, man? I thought we were just coming in for dinner.
Why are you going to the bathroom?
Bro.
He even got Lil Pump to rap his biggest song and change the lyrics to mock the alleged assailant.
You're such a fucking pedo. You love it.
Now, this content was difficult to publicly criticize, but a silent majority of people felt like something was off here. Either these were, once again, fake, and he was paying actors to pose as predators, which you'd have to find some pretty desperate people for cash willing to attach that horrible label to their face, or worse, he was profiting off heinous crimes using real allegations of child exploitation as viral bait to promote his steak sponsorship. Even police officers that were involved were critical of his methods.
We all know what you're doing because this is maybe the third time. This is the third time I've come to an incident with you guys. The third time. So I kind of know what you guys are doing, and I'm not against it too much. You know what I mean? I get the concept behind it, but there's got to be a better way to do it, and a safer way and a legal way of doing it. You know what I mean? It's where you don't get arrested for trying to do the right thing.
Then again, that is if you think that's actually a real cop. When catching predators becomes content for the sake of content, to some, you aren't really doing a good deed, and you didn't actually stop that person from reoffending. And if these spectacles are all set up and fake, then you are literally profiting from one of the worst, most heinous crimes in human history. But these pred streams came to a screeching halt when one of the suspects got fully naked on stream, broadcasting explicit content to thousands of viewers, many of which, ironically, were minors. Vitaly was temporarily banned, but the 33-year-old was not done getting his fix for virality, so he flew to the Philippines in April of 2025, and he may not return for a very long time. From the moment he landed, Vitaly began live streaming himself wreaking havoc. His goal was the same as always, make content that would shock people, no matter what the cost was. But this time it was slightly different. There was no plan, nothing creative, just straight up harassment.
I'm gonna rob you if you keep walking away. I want to give you money. No? Okay. No. Okay, because you got a COVID mask, you liberal Go get your vaccine.
Vitaly went on a tirade messing with security and law enforcement that day. In another incident, he confronted a guard and then reached towards his waist right where his firearm was holstered. The guard doesn't know who this man is or what his intentions are. All he knows is that a stranger is reaching for his weapon. Vitaly knows he could never get away with that in America because he would have been turned into a memory on the mantle. Minutes later, he walked over to another guard and asked him if he could sit on his motorbike. Keep in mind, this is a piece of equipment used for actual law enforcement, not a Lime scooter. The police officer was obviously confused and didn't say much, but Vitaly decided to not only get on the bike, but started moving it down the road like he was trying to steal it. The next day, he went even further after seeing all the views his recent antics were raking in. He decided to enter a McDonald's, not to order food, but to annoy as many people as possible and make an ass of himself along the way. While standing in line, he looked at his cameraman and said, "Follow me." He pushed past the service area, walked straight into the kitchen, and began asking for the toilet and bothering people just trying to do their job. In the United States, you might see someone acting like this and get away with zero punishment, but other countries are not willing to put up with these antics. Vitaly was labeled by the Bureau of Immigration as an undesirable alien, and by the Department of Interior and Local Government as a flight risk, which ultimately led to him being detained by authorities. The US refused to help him, Russia, where he was born, also refused to help him, and now he is completely stranded and at the mercy of the strict Philippines law. As of June 2025, he has been denied bail and moved from an immigration detention center to a maximum security prison. He is currently facing 3 counts of harassment, theft, trespassing, and filming individuals without consent. And if convicted, people speculate that Vitaly could end up behind bars anywhere from 18 months to 24 years. But whenever the subject of clout-addicted live streamers comes up, one man comes to mind, Jack Doherty, who has set an extremely high standard of how low someone will go for a crumb of attention. Jack Doherty is what happens when you let social media algorithms replace parenting. For his entire teenage life, he has been documenting himself trying to do literally anything that will get him views and attention on the internet. His earliest viral moments came from copying prank trends like prank calling a killer clown goes wrong, doing your dares in Walmart, and taking candy from kids on Halloween. Cops called. Considering he was a high school-aged kid, it's not like anyone would expect him to be the most morally righteous individual. Then again, he did know what he was doing was wrong, as he multiple times ended up in the back of a cop car. But there was a worthwhile reward for these antics. tactics: views, which led to ad revenue. Jack was already making more money than his parents before he could drive. Jack's parents took him on the Dr. Phil show to hopefully have Phil talk some sense into him. But the entire time, Jack had a smug look on his face, knowing that this ultimately was good for his exposure. Jack was actually kicked off the show because he constantly tried to talk back to Dr. Phil instead of just listening to his advice. One thing about Doherty is that he will religiously study the algorithm. Whatever trend is happening, he will be one of the first to attack it. If there is a new format or medium to exploit, he is all in on it. When the Walmart prank stopped working, he moved over to the short-form brain rot content that keeps people doom scrolling.
Santa is the most mysterious man on the planet, and today I'm gonna use an AirTag to track him. So I had a plan to go to the mall and slip an AirTag into Santa's sack without him knowing.
These videos are highly scripted with absolutely no resolution, point, or discovery to be made. The sole purpose of these videos is to get views. Actually, that's not exactly true. These videos were designed for a much more shallow purpose. You see, Jack was very open about him looking up to Andrew Tate, who claims to have made his first fortune by starting a lewd webcam business with his 2 girlfriends.
And this is the thing that's interesting about it, because when people hear this story and they say like a pimp, etc., people imagine me to be this exploitive, horrible, evil man, which is absolutely and utterly the complete opposite. So the beginning of it was I messaged my 6 girlfriends and told them they're all coming to live with me, and I had a job for them in London. 2 of them wouldn't come, 4 of them agreed. So the 4 girls flew in, I sat them all down at a table, they're all like, who's this chick, who's this chick? Told them all the truth. I've been with you all, I'm starting a webcam business, I'm gonna get rich. Some of you are either gonna come with me to the top of the mountain, or if you're pissed off, you can fly home. Just very matter of fact to the point, because I needed money. At this point, now I have not agreed to take another fight, I need money now. So 2 of them left, 2 of them agreed to stay. And the beginning of my cam empire was this tiny little apartment, me and my 2 girlfriends.
After seeing this, Jack was inspired. He began recruiting barely legal women to appear in his content, all of which he says were consenting OF content producers. Jack would manage their pages and take a percentage of their earnings in exchange for marketing them in his videos. From there, he spent most of his time making short-form content with no purpose other than trying to convert those viewers into paying OF subscribers.
How much money's in your bank account?
Like 12K.
12K? All right, well, that's your budget. I'll buy you whatever you want from the mall.
And evidently, this works really well, as he has generated millions of dollars. Now, these videos are edited and produced in a style that is largely understood to attract a childlike audience, which prompts some reasonable ethical speculation. Is it wrong to make content that appears to be for kids with the intention of converting those viewers into paying for prawn?
This is a version of pimping. You're pimping these girls out. You don't think that's attacking your heart in any way?
No, because at the end of the day, they all, you know, they already like want to do what they're doing, and it's just like I just actually make them money doing it, because there are so many girls that actually do OnlyFans and make, you know, $0 and stuff, and they're doing it all for what, you know? It's like every girl I work with makes like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month and millions of dollars a year, you know?
Jack constantly uses success and money to justify his actions. Morality does not guide his decisions. When live streaming became a trendy way to generate attention, Jack jumped on it immediately. He realized that the raw, unpredictable nature of live content created even more opportunities to go viral. Plus, it created a stronger illusion that what was being broadcasted was real. He started collaborating with other clout demons like the Island Boys. It felt like he was building the world's first influencer circus, where they all thought they were the ringleader, but in actuality, they were all the clowns.
Let's box, guys. Me and the Island Boy are gonna box. Look, what are you doing? Yo, what? Yo, take him. Just take control of him. Over. You gotta hold on to your little.
What?
To manufacture more viral moments, Jack started walking around with personal security guards, sometimes 2 or 3 deep, just so he could safely provoke strangers in public. He'd talk trash, get in people's faces, and then fall back behind his bodyguards the second things got tense.
Go. Where we at? What? Little prop, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, little prop? Yeah.
This is the type of cowardice that almost makes you want to kinda respect Johnny Somali, who at least took his beatings like a man. And even if you wanted to make fun of Jack, call him scared or a coward, he would just turn your criticism into profit by setting up fake skits of him being pressed.
Yo, is that Jack Doherty and his parents? Yo, how does it feel that your son's the most hated kid on the internet?
Where'd you come from?
Yo, he's like,
I'm the most hated kid on the internet. Why are you at my door?
yo, he's broke, he's banned, he kissed the Island Boys.
This video went viral where he is seen holding his security's hand like it's his daddy, but this was staged and filmed by Jack's internal team, knowing that it would go viral from people making fun of him. And Jack says he does this because people are dumb.
I feel like that's what I've been doing recently. Like, I've been a lot more chill, you know? A lot of people think I just go out and start problems with people, which is like, show me a clip in the past year where I've like actually done that. Like I really, or even 2 years. It's like everyone judges me off these fake clips of me like walking up to people like this with the bodyguard, but like they're not even real videos. Like people are just so dumb and they just judge me off of like little clips that, you know, I just make to troll and stuff because I know they're gonna go get posted.
90% of the time you only see Jack on your feed by accident, and he is most likely being slapped, punched, almost jumped, or looking like an absolute fool. And that's by design. You'd be happy to know that Jack isn't exactly popular. Sure, he does have 15 million subscribers, but his numbers are way overinflated. His YouTube videos can't even crack 100,000 views, and he doesn't actually have fans. He never built a real connection with an audience because he was never likable enough to earn one. But he does have viewers. Most of his streams sit around 2K, and that's if you think those are real. In one stream, he had 17,000 viewers, but only 3 people were actively typing in the chat. Therefore, the only way Jack maintains relevance is by creating an ecosystem that relies on him entirely embarrassing himself so that Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube drama pages will post the clip and hope that it goes viral. And to some degree, you do have to put a little blame on people who are willing to amplify his content in any way. You could even argue, I'm doing that right now. But sometimes, the only way to shut down a clown is to stop laughing and start booing. However, I think beyond the antics and stunts, what really makes Jack someone worth criticizing is how he treats the very few people who care about him. Like when he nearly killed one of his only friends and didn't care. Jack was in Miami, live streaming himself behind the wheel of a $200,000 custom McLaren. Outside, it was pouring rain. Visibility was almost non-existent because it was raining that hard. Common sense would tell you that the road was probably slick. Sitting in the passenger seat was his friend and cameraman Michael. Normal people would focus on the road, realizing how dangerous the situation was. But Jack was more worried about his stream and reading his chat on his phone. He even made a joke about crashing the car.
Literally, guys, you can't see shit. I'm most likely going to crash this car. No, I'm kidding. Hopefully not.
Then, in a split second, it happened. The tires lost grip, the back end of the McLaren kicked out across the wet pavement. Jack tried to correct it, but it was too late. The car skidded sideways and slammed into a metal barrier. Because of the impact, the camera cut off for a split second, but shortly after, the stream came back on. Blood was running down Michael's face from the crash, and instead of immediately helping his friend, Jack's first instinct was to grab the camera, keep recording, and worry about his car.
Oh, my car, bro.
The vehicle mattered more than the human being sitting next to him. Then, just seconds later, he asked Michael to take the camera and record everything.
Michael, here. Michael, do you have film on that phone too?
His priorities could not have been clearer. Michael had been taken to the hospital where he received stitches for the injuries to his face, and even that part was filmed and posted to social media.
Hey guys, we're in the hospital after the crash. How you feeling, Michael? He's getting stitches right now.
After the crash, Kick issued a permanent ban to his channel citing violations of their safety policies and community guidelines. But instead of reflecting on the crash, or the backlash, or maybe focusing on repairing his relationship with his friend, Jack pivoted straight back into content mode. Just days after the ban, he went live on TikTok, not to apologize, but to ask his viewers to donate, promising to follow them back if they gave him enough money. Jack claims that he is this big brain strategist taking advantage of dumb people on the internet. But outside of his highly scripted content in interviews and podcasts, he looks extremely sad, because evidently he isn't just making a spectacle online, he has shown that he has little sympathy or regard for even the few people around him that consider him a friend. His girlfriend left him, and all of his relationships are based on the monetary value that he can bring to others.
I guess, you know, living in a nice house and having nice cars, you know, it makes me feel I wouldn't say satisfied because there's so much more I want. Like, obviously, I wish I owned this house. But I like moving around and stuff because people find out where I live, and then I just move. And I also just like changing up the scenery for content. But I don't know, like nothing. I don't want like materialistic things to be the main reason I'm happy. I'd rather have enough passive income to where I could travel the world, and I feel like that's what's gonna make me happy. But that's what I look forward to in life, you know?
Jack lacks friends and a purpose. You can see his soulless, degenerate lifestyle has depleted him of life. He has enough money to retire forever, and he still will not do it, because outside of material things and views, he has nothing. When he ultimately pushes the boundaries and ends up in jail like Vitaly and Johnny Somali, nobody will be there for him and nobody will care.
So look, bro, what's happening? If you do the crime by yourself, you can't get caught. You just go to
in custody. This is the moment. A handcuffed man in custody caught 2 DEA agents off guard.
Was it? Was he our guy? Right there. That's our guy. Stupid mother. Why the would you do that?
Bro got busy.
What officers didn't realize was that he had warned them.
What'd that say? Oh. We'll go down in the streets, we'll go back to prison. Did he mean to say not, or is that? When somebody say they not going back to prison, bro, I promise you, they not going back to prison. By any means necessary, they will not go back to prison if they got to go on a run, if they got to smoke themselves, or kill a police officer that's trying to arrest them, squad. When you hear a man say he not going back to prison, that's like a nigga telling you, I ain't fucking with that bitch. Well, never mind. Because you niggas always go back to that bitch. But I'm just saying, like, that's like me saying, I'll never smoke weed again. Because I promise y'all, once I quit, can't nothing take your boy back. But for real, though, squad, on a real note, listen to niggas when they say they never going back to prison, bro. They ready to kill. For real. They ready to kill.
About this exact moment years earlier, and just hours before this, they'd made a critical mistake that made it all possible. In the early hours of May 16th, a Callaway County father heard what sounded like a gunshot outside his family's home. Concerned, he stepped out to investigate only to find a vehicle blocking his driveway, with a fully loaded assault rifle clearly visible in the back seat. Afraid that someone dangerous might still be nearby, he immediately called the police. An officer was quickly dispatched to the scene, unaware that this call would soon lead them to one of the county's most—
Hey, squad, real quick. If y'all hear a gunshot outside your house, right? And you need to grow.
In the early hours of May 16th, a Callaway County father heard what sounded like a clear
outside, because I'm gonna know the gun.
revenge plan would cost an officer his life.
What we got here? Well, first of all, we got a plate that doesn't belong on this vehicle. Well, there's a machine gun or something. AK-47 or whatever, fully loaded magazine.
Hey, Chief. Well, he said the neighbor lives here. She left. She came over and said something to them. Doesn't know whose vehicle it is. It's got this rifle in the back.
Yeah.
The plate doesn't come back to this vehicle.
Suspicious like a motherfucker.
Cap up here in the floorboard. Yep.
Officers found the car unlocked with an assault rifle clearly visible in the back seat and a needle cap on the floorboard, suggesting possible drug use. The plates were fake, but when deputies ran the vehicle's identification number, it revealed something far worse. The car belonged to a notorious criminal, one whom the DEA had been chasing for months.
Stupid.
Gary Rowland, a 30-year-old parolee with multiple outstanding warrants, who had been quoted saying, "I'm never going back to prison alive."
This is what I don't get about you niggas that be on a run. They got arrest warrants. Easy as drug dealers, cars. I ain't talking when he saw you act like
neighborhood, officers narrowed down their search, and through CCTV and witness reports, they were quickly able to locate him in an apartment complex nearby. They moved in and made the arrest without incident. Before Gary was transported to jail, however, he surprised deputies by offering critical information about local narcotics and firearms trafficking in exchange for a reduced sentence. So instead of going to jail, they took him to the police station for questioning, unaware that this decision would lead to the murder of one of their colleagues just hours later.
Stupid.
This is Gary, and he's just been brought into the interrogation room. What the officers don't realize at this moment is that due to an incomplete search, he's managed to sneak in a knife and a loaded pistol, both hidden in his waistband.
Hold the fuck up. Hold on, squad. You mean to tell me, let me take this back to when Gary walked in there the first time. Understand y'all, but please tell me how he happened to get a hunting knife and a Gary 20 years ago.
Critical mistake that made it all possible.
Gary.
In the early hours of May 16th, a Callaway County father heard what's... This is Jody Cash and his colleague, Donald Bowman, both members of a DEA task force. Worth knowing is that Detective Jody actually has history with Gary. Back in 2017, Jody managed to arrest him on drug and firearms charges, offenses that sent him to prison for years. What neither Cash nor Bowman knows is that Gary is armed, and one of them...
My nigga, he up in there telling y'all, this is what I don't get, squad. Right? See if he had a pistol on him. And there's a dog.
My understanding you want to call this. Yeah, I feel like you had like a cigarette and we got to talk to my girl for 1 second and I'll tell y'all whatever you want to know. I don't know about your girl, but I can definitely help you with getting some drink. I don't smoke, but I can smoke around the cigarette.
Naturally, officers wanted to hear everything Gary had to say, so they let him take a smoke break. But this would turn out to be a mistake. Gary is then escorted outside of the building for his cigarette break. When they return to the room, surveillance footage shows that Gary has pulled his right pant leg up to just below the knee, making the weapon much easier to reach. Then, Gary asks for one more favor, one that would cost a deputy his life.
Give me the shows. Well, if you're not going to call him, you know, you ain't going to do much for us. Right now, I guarantee if I call Lexington, they probably get.
Gary still a snitch, even though he didn't want to snitch. He didn't. My nigga wanted to hell with arrested. You know, shit, getting transported to hotel.
Information. He ain't no stranger. You know, realistically, we're looking at we really go together.
10 to 20 years lying.
A cigarette. When they talk to that other things too, man, I don't mind helping you out, but you can't do this all day. Okay. Bring me 2 cigarettes, one hand and one in the other. I got that one coming for you then. That's the only one. That's the last one I got you. You smoking too about it? Yeah.
Believing they're on the verge of obtaining crucial information, deputies Cash and Bowman grant Gary's request again. They follow him outside, but this time, they won't be coming back. Gary is standing in front of the building, with Deputy Bowman to the left and Deputy Jody Cash to the right. A colleague can be seen arriving for his shift, walking into the building, completely unaware of the tragedy that was just seconds away. And as soon as he makes it inside...
Damn. They clapped Gary, though. They clapped Gary. Something serious, bro. Rest in peace, Jody.
Nick, someone didn't search him. It was in his waistband. I hope it hurts.
Yeah, and that fool that didn't search him, give him 5 years. I wasn't playing when I said that shit. He wanted to say, why y'all dumb motherfuckers didn't you a little too calm for the homie to get popped? I would have snapped on them fools, squad. How you come outside for 2 smoke breaks? You ain't find a pistol on him at all? At all? That officer family gonna sue the police department. I hope they do, cause this was their fault. That's why y'all should have took this nigga to jail first, and then had the officers come to jail to interrogate the nigga. Because by y'all doing y'all little bootleg ass police search squad, and y'all probably, this is the police station, understand this. They don't search, they not really trained to search niggas at the police station. They probably do 1 search a week when they bringing somebody back there, a suspect back there. You know what I'm saying? Usually it's at the jail. At the jail, they know how to do it, bro. They gonna put the hand all up your ass, your dick. They do it all, squad. It's their fault, man.
Hell yeah. No, go over there to Jody. Stay alive. Go to Jody. Go to Jody first. Go to Jody first. You need to go be Bowman because Jody's out there too, man. Somebody needs to be with Bowman, yeah. Yeah, go sit somewhere else, Brian. He's done for it. Yeah. I guess we didn't search good enough. He had a gun on his waistband.
Yeah, on his waist. In the most obvious place, in the most regular, normal place, any person carry their pistol when y'all missed it. That's why y'all niggas carry y'all pistol when y'all missed it. The waistband is where any regular person, especially if you're carrying a gun for the first time, on your waist. When you put it on your leg and up in your boot, that's come with comfortability, you know what I'm saying? You got the little holsters for your little... These fools dropped the ball, bro. Fire them niggas, man. Fire them niggas,
Stupid motherfucker.
Who you talking about, yourself?
44-year-old Jody Cash was transported to the hospital in critical condition, but tragically, he succumbed to his wounds shortly after and was pronounced dead. He had served in law enforcement for 22 years and has spent the last 2 on a special...
44, served for 22 years. I mean, he got in this shit at 22. And died at work. I don't care if it's a police officer, bro. Dying at work is crazy. I don't care if it's a fire. I don't care if you're a paramedic. Dying at work is crazy. That shit crazy, bro.
DEA task force. In the following weeks, an investigation was launched to determine how a convicted felon managed to smuggle a gun into the sheriff's office and kill a police officer. Based on the evidence gathered, investigators concluded that that day, no one searched Gary thoroughly enough. In response, Deputy Jody Cash's wife, Karen Cash, and Deputy Donald Bowman filed a lawsuit against...
Told you. Big Ghost, I told you they gonna sue them motherfuckers, bro. And win. And win. Even the deputy, the one that got shot. The deputy that got shot is suing the department. He ain't working there no more and he don't care. He finna get papered up. He finna be papered up, bro.
Against law enforcement. The suit sought wrongful death damages for Cash's estate and emotional trauma compensation for...
I'm gonna have 3 children in that vehicle, probably all under the age of 5. It's been an hour I got here. It's been an hour? They've been here for over an hour. Hi.
Hi. Mine's.
Both?
Yes.
Okay.
Ran in because my sister decided.
Ran in. How long?
Not long.
She's been here an hour.
Bullshit.
I don't care. I don't care. It's 86 degrees outside.
Okay.
You have 3. There's 3 children under the age of 5 in that vehicle, I'm going to presume, and probably 3 under the age of 5 in that vehicle, I'm going to presume.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Okay.
So you have 6 children in 2 vehicles unattended.
Right.
Where's your information?
I don't have my information.
You have no information. How did you drive 2 vehicles here?
No, I told you. I met my sister here.
Okay, open the door and start getting kids out. It is 86 degrees. You have a baby and a carrier in that one. You have 3 children. How old is the youngest that's on the phone? How old is the youngest that's on the phone in there? You can't even get the doors open for these kids. Does the driver's side door open?
Yes, it does. They all open.
So open it up.
I know what I'm doing.
I'm not worried about whether you know. You don't know what you're doing. You have 6 children unattended. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
2 cars, and I just have adults that came out. I know. I'm trying to get her to open the car so I can get the kids out, though. Thus far, she has no information. I'm trying to get kids out because it's hot and she can't get the doors open.
Yes, I can. Don't lie on the radio. Don't lie.
Okay.
Don't lie on the radio.
It's not the radio. It's my phone.
Whatever. Your phone, whatever.
Where do you have keys to this car?
I got the keys to that car.
Let me have the keys.
No, I could do it.
No, it's not a question of whether you can. I want the kids out. And you have a dog that's back here? We're gonna walk over here and get these kids out next.
Well, no shit.
I don't appreciate the attitude. Here's where I'm at.
No,
you
I
have
don't.
6 children
You're
that
not gonna yell at me.
I am gonna yell at you because you're not leaving once you get the kids out.
Yes, I am.
No, ma'am, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, I'm sorry.
I don't know what a bitch gotta say.
I don't.
You're going based off of what she's saying.
That's fine.
You don't even know the whole truth, so you.
I don't need to know the whole truth. You're not even. These kids are not even allowed to be unattended in a vehicle at all.
I can run in for an emergency if I need to. Yes, I can.
Not for children
Yes,
small.
I can.
No,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Show me the law book.
I will show you the law
Show
book.
me the law book.
Get the kids out first.
Girl, bye. Out of here. There's too much going on out here for y'all to be worried about some straight up.
You're right. People stealing vehicles and 6 kids are in 2 cars.
Girl, bye. Ain't no vehicle being stolen. You're making up shit.
No, I'm not making anything
bad.
up.
Yes, you are.
Let's get the kids out.
Shut the fuck up.
It's worth noting the significant damage on not one, but both vehicles the children were in. Due to this woman's behavior, it's not unlikely the children could have been in the vehicles when the damage was done.
Officer Bennett, there's still a puppy that needs to come out of this Acura that's in the trunk.
Y'all so fucking lame.
Nobody's lame. It's the
Y'all
carriage.
lame.
That's
No,
fine.
you guys are lame.
That's fine. You can call us lame. That's fine. Sorry, people are worrying about your children.
Girl,
right?
bye. That's not worrying on my children. That's
You're not telling
overstepping.
me bye 'cause
You're
I'm not
overstepping.
leaving.
You want to sit around? That's cool. But
I am sitting around because you're not leaving.
I am leaving because.
Okay.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good until now.
Why is that?
Because allegations, of course, but you know.
Allegations?
But it's obvious.
Allegations, actually.
Because you left your kids in the car?
No one left the kids in the car.
Well, you weren't here when I came to the cars.
Right.
So
when
therefore
when
they're
you
left.
came. When
So
you
therefore
came.
they're left.
What's up, kid? High five?
Come from.
You don't even know where you are.
You don't even know where you are.
So where were you?
I went to go get my sister a diaper because she's changing a baby inside as well. So we're multitasking. No one left for a long time.
Okay, now that the kids are out of the car, I need you to start finding me some identification.
I don't
or
have identification.
Okay, then you can start providing me your name.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, so we have 3 kids in this vehicle, these 3 here. 3 kids and there's still a puppy in the
Come on,
Acura.
Tanya.
You're not free to go. You're not free to go from here.
All right, ma'am, you're going to make this harder than it needs to be.
Okay, so what do you need? I don't have my information.
So I'm
and I'm
going to get
choosing to choose my First Amendment. And I'm not going to give my information. And that's it.
You don't have a choice at this point to give your information.
Yes, I do.
You really want to do this in front of your kids?
Dude, what? What is the problem? Why are you guys fucking full force?
So here's the deal. Provide the information or we're going to just put all the kids in cars and we'll go to the police station so we can fingerprint.
Okay, you guys really want to do that to my
100%.
Okay.
I at least know that they'll be cool and they'll be in a place for a little bit where they can get some food and water. So, what's the last name?
Oh, my kids look starved and thirst. Okay.
Well, they look hot and in distress.
Okay.
So,
What's the last name?
Yes, my sister's here.
Who's your sister? Where's she
She's inside.
And you got, these are all your kids or some of them are
No,
your sister's
some are my
kids?
sister's kids too. It was quick. I was just giving her diapers because she has another child. That's it. It's.
What's the last name? We can get this ball rolling a little bit faster if you would just provide the information. You're just making it more difficult, and you're just putting on a show at this point.
You guys are putting on a show.
Looking for the welfare of your kids. Yes. Call us
Girl,
crazy.
whatever, girl.
Paul is crazy.
Whatever, girl.
I'll start grabbing car seats so we can take them out to the police department.
You're not taking my kids.
Well, you're not
taking my kids. You're not taking my kids.
Then provide.
What am I under arrest for, and what are you going to take my kids
Right
for?
now, you're being detained for the welfare.
No, I'm not being detained. I would like to speak to a supervisor then, because
my supervisor's
this is
right
insane.
here.
We need to move your
This is
kids.
insane.
This young lady wants to leave.
Oh,
We
right
gotta
up here,
move them this
my
way.
spot.
Let's go into that empty parking space over there, please.
Do you have a lock for the car seats?
What do you mean, this?
Yes, a lock, so they don't roll backwards.
I was given to it.
I'm just asking.
I know, and I'm responding.
Okay.
Your question.
Okay. Give your date of birth. Let's
Because
move
I know
on
how
from
you
this.
guys are. You guys are going to try to make a report.
There
and
is
I don't
already
feel
a report.
right.
We got called here. There's a report regardless.
I didn't just drive by and see
Of
6
course
kids.
not. I know
Right,
that.
so we got called, so now a report has to be done. Where's your sister right now?
After she's done taking care of the other child, she should be coming.
She still hasn't given you her information?
No.
Is that your sister right there? Hi.
Hello. Which vehicle is yours? Okay, I'm talking to you.
Well, when
Which vehicle is yours?
Yeah, someone called and said that we got to it. So who will call?
Some person concerned of the 6 children sitting in vehicles.
They're fine. I had my phone on.
Okay, they're young. It's hot.
I know. It wasn't long.
How long?
Pretty aware. I'm not answering nothing.
You're not answering any.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. This is too much.
No. You're under arrest. For what? You guys are going to hold on. We have the only person that have our kids. We can talk. I already lost my kid's father.
All you gave was a smart-ass answer back.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You were aware of how long. Answer my question. My question was how long?
I'm not going to answer questions.
Great,
ma'am.
so that's fine. So the kids are coming with us and you'll go to the police department.
Oh my God.
The medics are coming to check out your kids to make sure your kids are fine because they were left in the car alone.
Right now I'm in a panic. I don't want to say nothing stupid where I'm going to get my sentence recorrected and recorrected.
Give all of your information to this officer.
I'm gonna get the information, but please, can we just have some humane, please? Come on, man. You don't gotta always be the bad guy, man. I understand. Can we just rewind, man?
A little too late for that.
Why is it too late? You guys are making it too late. You guys know that.
Come over here. It's okay. Look it. It's okay.
Can you come over here? Mommy can't move around with these little cuffs on me.
After the children are transported to the hospital to confirm they're okay, and officers secure the puppy that was also in one of the vehicles, the 2 sisters are transported to
I
jail.
hope nobody touch my kids. I'm safe. Ain't nobody trustworthy over there either. They're safer in the car than getting kidnapped in the damn mall. We don't even come outside. That makes me not want to go outside at all now. Can't go into public nowhere because everybody's all in your fucking ass.
Sarah, just so you understand, here with DCFS, so if I can just reiterate and make sure you understand. Today you're going to be charged with 3 counts of child endangerment for all 3 children, okay? You are receiving an I-bond. You will be released in a little bit, okay? The children right now are still at the hospital. They're waiting on for the hospital to discharge and release the kids. It is 5 working business days, so you are not able to come and take the kids within those 5 days. So you may not just come in and pop by and take them or, go for a walk or anything. Mr. I just want to make you aware, I'm going to go finish the paperwork on my end. Today you're being charged with 3 counts of child endangerment for the 3 children that were left in the car. Okay, so I'm just making you aware of that, just so you know when I come back here and book you, it's going to be for those 3 charges.
Police later learned through security footage that 3 children had been left unattended in the vehicle since approximately 1:20 p.m., and the other had been left unattended in the other vehicle since approximately 2:25 p.m. Police responded to the scene just after 4 p.m., meaning 3 children were left for about an hour and a half, and the other 3 were left for nearly 3 hours. Police observed the interior of both vehicles to be in complete disarray with open food containers, half-eaten food, dirty baby bottles, and dirty diapers throughout. Both sisters were each charged with 3 counts of child endangerment, and they are both innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
How do you look a police officer in the face with 6 kids literally baking inside your car and then act like you were the one that were in?
Introducing Weight Loss by Hims. Personalized prescriptions including GLP-1 injections and oral medication.
On March 3rd, 1972, humanity sent out a message, a golden plaque attached to 2 spacecraft that would leave our solar system and travel for millions of years. A plaque that contained a message for aliens. It was designed by Carl Sagan and NASA, designed so that one day, beings who did not understand our language could ask, what does it say? Where did it come from? And who could have sent it? And they would get an answer. This is the story about how humans talk to aliens and the message NASA wants them to see. Carl Sagan had a problem. He had helped design the Mariner program, NASA's first attempt at exploring the inner planets. But not everything had gone to plan. Mariner 1 was destroyed after launch due to a software error. A missing hyphen in the code caused one of the most expensive single-character-related errors in history. Mariner 3 failed to deploy its solar panels and antennas. Mariner 4 did reach Mars for the first time, but that same year, the National Academy of Sciences said it was reasonable for the red planet to host living organisms. All Mariner 4 sent back were blurry images of a small part of the planet, covered in black and white craters more similar to our moon than Earth. It was a world that was dead. Mariner 8 was scattered across the ocean. It lasted all of 5 minutes before a failed circuit in the rocket brought it crashing back to Earth. Disappointment at the mixed success of the Mariner probes, the escalating cost of the Apollo program, and the Vietnam War, excitement for space was waning. But then Mariner 9 arrived at the Red Planet successfully. It was the first time humanity orbited another planet. They'd beaten the Soviets, but the achievement was short-lived. Mars was covered in dust. It was supposed to show the planet in a new light, but Mariner 4's dead images seemed accurate. However, there were some who had theorized that Mars's seasonal color changes were not caused by vegetation or water, but by sandstorms. And Sagan was right. When the dust cleared, the world watched. Ancient dry riverbeds, volcanoes, canyons, and channels. It was the first real sight of an alien planet. While some Mariner probes were failures, Mariner 9 was a historic achievement. Sagan got the world's attention, but that success created his problem: enthusiasm to go much further. In the mid-1960s, the aerospace engineer Gary Flandreau was working at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and he discovered something. Roughly once every 175 years, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune aligned on the same side of the Sun. A narrow chance to reach them all. So NASA formed a working group to explore launching multiple probes to the outer planets on a grand tour, before that 175-year window closed. But they weren't going to launch multiple spacecraft that were guaranteed to fail. They needed to make sure that at least one could survive the asteroid belt and the intense radiation of Jupiter. They needed a pioneer.
The Jupiter Pioneers were built by TRW Systems of Redondo Beach, California, under contract to NASA's Ames Research Center. The project involved some 25 million man-hours of meticulous work by the government, industry, university pioneer team.
It would be the first spacecraft to fly beyond Mars, the first to get through the asteroid belt, and the first to fly past Jupiter. Eventually, it'd go fast enough to be the first to be placed on a trajectory to leave the solar system entirely. For Eric Burgess, this was an opportunity. Pioneer 10 was our first letter to the stars. Can't we attach a message to it, should it ever be discovered by an alien life? He thought. Eventually,
Slack.
Stop. Oh my god, I can't watch the video. Hey, those chips are hot.
What chips? Nigga, take all of these.
So what am I gonna do with them? It's so boring.
Woo!
Just cause I can.
You ain't got no idea. Shut the fuck up.
Woo!
What if I was humping your leg?
She gonna get you, Fendi.
I can't even eat your sandwich.
Why?
You put mustard on it. That's so nasty. Yes, you did.
Ain't gonna have mustard on there.
Yes, it is. Don't lie to me.
Y'all get away from me. Damn, bro.
Do you see these on?
Fuck out of here with that shit, Fendi.
What does that mean? When you see these on?
It's gonna be a good time. Go lay down, girl.
It's off limits.
Move out. Nope. Get in there.
Go lay down.
Go in the room. Yeah, go. Get your ass in that motherfucking room. Shoot this shit a motherfucking game.
He upstairs. I'm not in bed.
Alright, yeah. Okay, it's cool, bro. I see how motherfuckers treat me.
Is helping Ari by providing information in real time for everyone on our team. We have a lot of different channels that we use here at RE Bikes. One of the biggest ones.
TRW Systems of Redondo Beach, California, under contract to NASA's Ames Research Center. The project involves some 25 million man-hours of meticulous work by the government, industry, university pioneer team.
It would be the first spacecraft to fly beyond Mars, the first to get through the asteroid belt. Roughly once every 175 years, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune aligned on the same side of the Sun. A narrow chance to reach them all. So NASA formed a working group to explore launching multiple probes to the outer planets on a grand tour, before that 175-year window closed. But they weren't going to launch multiple spacecraft that were guaranteed to fail. They needed to make sure that at least one could survive the asteroid belt and the intense radiation of Jupiter. They needed a pioneer.
The Jupiter Pioneers were built by TRW Systems of Redondo Beach, California, under contract to NASA's Ames Research Center. The project involved some 25 million man-hours of meticulous work by the government, industry, university pioneer team.
It would be the first spacecraft to fly beyond Mars, the first to get through the asteroid belt, and the first to fly past Jupiter. Eventually, it'd go fast enough to be the first to be placed on a trajectory to leave the solar system entirely.
Want to actually reach your health goals by summer? Factor makes it so easy. Thanks to Factor, eating clean, even on the longest workout days, is so easy.
For Eric Burgess, this was an opportunity. Pioneer 10 was our first letter to the stars. Can't we attach a message to it, should it ever be discovered by an alien life? He thought. Excited, he brought it up to Richard Hoagland and Don Bain. They in turn brought it up to Sagan, and he agreed. Then NASA accepted. But the idea was easier than action. How do we communicate to beings worlds apart? How do we tell them when and where we came from? What is a human, actually? And could he figure out the answer to those questions in only 3 weeks? He and Dr. Frank Drake would design the message. Linda Salzman, his wife, would prepare the final artwork for NASA. The message had to be easy to construct and strong. It had to handle space for potentially hundreds of millions of years, and it had to be small and light enough so that it didn't interfere with the rest of the spacecraft. So aluminum with gold anodization was chosen to make it more resistant. It was a small but strong canvas. By early February, the three began answering the questions. Humans vary in appearance. To represent all of us, each choice could show bias. So Linda drew ambiguously. A man and woman, adult, but of an indeterminate age and ethnicity.
I wanted to give the best proportions I could do, and that was the inspiration. I wanted each figure to have different racial features. The woman has very almond eyes and straight hair, and I made the man's hair curly. I made his nose kind of flattened so that they were multicultural, that they had different human characteristics.
The man's arm is raised in a universal terrestrial greeting. It shows off our fingers, opposable thumbs, and movable arms. If both raise their hands, it could falsely indicate this pose as a fundamental part of the human body. They couldn't hold hands, since that would risk it being mistaken as one being. Paying homage to Greek sculptures, they were drawn in the nude. It showed humans did not reproduce asexually, with belly buttons and reproductive organs. Despite being us, the team worried about the reception.
So I was torn. There were only so many days, I think like 5 days until the plaque could be put on the spacecraft. And Carl, he said, don't do anything because we don't want to get into a big fight with NASA and give anybody an excuse not to put the plaque on the spacecraft.
The design lacked a line. The woman basically didn't have a vagina. And that was because Sagan was worried that NASA would reject it. Who knows what could have happened? But his concerns were unfortunately justified.
NASA was very sensitive to this because there were some members of Congress who, in the American Congress, who were very conservative, and they were offended that the taxpayers' money was being used to send smut to space.
Images of the plaque made headlines. For many, it was the first time naked humans were seen in newspapers.
I had the personal experience of discussing this on a national morning television show in Canada. And when I was through describing it, I looked around and everybody in the room was horrified. I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "Oh, we're all going to be fired. We're going to lose our jobs. This is the first time a naked human has ever been shown on Canadian television, and it's forbidden."
Despite the criticism, Linda's interstellar nudes pushed through. But with the deadline looming and so many moving pieces, they couldn't afford to wait. The team had to take risks, decisions that were critical to the mission's success. Today's businesses face the same challenges. Udo is an business manager that quickly with your get one salary for life with a suite of apps starting at just /r/hoog. More regional variations. Instead of words, they needed something universal. 1 + 1 always equals 2. It will be on Earth, on Mars, or circling an alien sun thousands of light years away. But a number can be denoted by an infinite amount of symbols. Sagan and Drake needed something simpler. Binary can represent any number as an increasingly long string of ones and zeros. Instead of 10 individual symbols, binary just needs 2, 1 and 0, or a vertical and horizontal dash. One of the shortest strings of vertical and horizontal dashes is next to the woman. Since there are 4 digits, the string can be read from left to right, 1 0 0 0, 2 raised to the power of 3 on, the rest off, 8. But 8 what? Drake and Sagan had narrowed how to count, but they needed a universal measurement. And luckily, they had one. Hydrogen is the simplest element, 1 proton, 1 electron. It makes up 75% of all matter in the universe. When the electron in a neutral hydrogen atom changes its spin state, it produces a photon in the form of a radio wave. It has a wavelength of 21 centimeters. Since hydrogen is widespread across the universe, the strength and direction of this radio wave can help locate large hydrogen clouds and map the structure of the universe. Sagan and Drake assumed that any advanced alien society would know this wavelength. On the plaque, the 2 circles represent the 2 states of hydrogen. The pin on the outside indicates a single electron, flipping directions relative to the single proton. Between the 2 states is a single binary symbol. This wavelength is what Sagan and Drake wanted the aliens to be counting. 8 times the wavelength is 168 centimeters, 5 feet 6 inches, the average height of humans. The figures are drawn in front of the Pioneer spacecraft, relative to scale, allowing the reader to check their work. And if they could communicate the length of humans, they could scale it up to the level of the universe. Pioneer 10 was launched towards the Eye of Taurus. It would take 2 million years to reach our neighbors in Aldebaran. Pioneer 11 was shot in the opposite direction, towards the Scutum constellation. It could arrive at the closest main star in 4 million years. In order to find Earth in the vast scale of our galaxy, they needed a galactic scale form of triangulation. After a supernova, stars can leave behind a tiny, powerful neutron star, pulsars. They emit high-energy particles at each magnetic pole. This causes a unique, predictable, and visible pulse of radiation when they rotate. They're a cosmic lighthouse, bright and have lifespans measured in tens of millions of years. Drake picked out some of the longest living and brightest. Although triangulation can be achieved with as few as 3, Drake included 14. It was more than what was needed, but there were still some issues. Pulsars are found in 3 dimensions. The plaque has only 2. This cluster of radio lines is a map of the nearest pulsars from our sun. They had X and Y, but they needed a Z. So Drake added a 15th line. This line represents the distance from the center of the galaxy, the galactic plane. When the angle between the galactic plane and the pulsar is positive, the star is above the galactic plane, negative, it's below. The length of each of the pulsar's lines, relative to the galactic plane, produces a relative distance to the Sun and the center of the galaxy. But the pulsar map actually had one more dimension. Since pulsars gradually decrease in frequency at a predictable rate over time, Sagan and Drake's map could be used to determine the age of the spacecraft. However, they could narrow down our location even more. Planets lying in the habitable zones of solar systems are fairly common, but our system has a rare configuration. 4 small rocky planets near the Sun, with 4 larger gas giants further out. An ordered system. At the bottom of the plaque is our unique solar system. The line to the 6th planet represents Saturn's rings, Pluto at the end. The launch of Pioneer coincided with the brief cosmic blip in our history where Pluto was still considered a planet, and they hadn't figured out that Saturn wasn't the only one with rings. Either way, it didn't matter. The diagram told the readers that our solar system has roughly 9 planets, with the binary indicating the distance from our Sun. Here, however, they made a decision under the constraint of time. Earth is about 148 million kilometers from the Sun. They would need a binary string of 40 digits to indicate the distance, and they didn't have enough space. By mid-February, Drake had finished calculating the binary values for the 14 pulsar maps, which left the planetary distances on the back burner. So they rushed. They replaced the existing dashes with serifs, capped at the end like a capital I. It was a sloppy but new value, 1/10 the semi-major axis orbit of Mercury, or about 5.7 million kilometers. It wouldn't be possible to determine this value without examining our solar system, but still, the combination of the planetary system and the pulsar map were a good enough hint.
At Fred Meyer, you never compromise. You get
However, they made one more controversial anthropocentric decision. A line drawn from the 3rd planet indicates the spacecraft's rough path, tipped with an arrow. Whether the arrow was a universal symbol or primarily a human one is left an open question. By the end of February, they were out of time. The diagrams were etched 0.1 millimeters deep to remain readable even after micrometeorite damage. It was mounted in reverse on the antenna support, faced inward to reduce damage. According to Sagan, the message finally agreed upon is, in our view, an highly ideal solution to the problem. Pioneer 10 launched on March 3, 1972.
Pioneer 10 waits for launch atop a new 3-stage version of the Atlas Centaur rocket.
And Pioneer 11 launched a year later, on April 6, 1973. Like the Mariner program before it, there was concern about whether each spacecraft would even make it to Jupiter, let alone interstellar space. But by February of 1973, Pioneer 10 emerged from the asteroid belt. By November, color renderings of Jupiter were returned in almost real time to Earth. It captured the first close-up images of the Jovian icy moons.
Now the pull of Jupiter's gravity speeds it up to a fantastic 82,000 miles per hour. In effect, this crack-the-whip left turn gives Pioneer another rocket stage to fling it out of the solar system.
It reached Uranus in 1979 and passed the orbit of Neptune on June 13, 1983. It was the first man-made object to head to the stars. By the conservative metrics of NASA, both missions were a success. As far as anyone can tell, they still continue forward. The plaques were only a small part of that success, a 3-week afterthought. Sagan may not have thought their message was ideal, but luckily, he was given another chance.
No, that ain't even no lay you down. Oh my gosh. Cook them down here. I'll be up. Hold on. Hold on, little baby. Just hold on, little baby. What you need your phone for? You finna go be messy? Finna go be messy. I'm just playing, girl. Cause I'm finna come be messy too. Now I'm finna come, girl.
This may be the last ad you ever see. Because with the free ad block extension from Capital One Shopping, you can say goodbye to ads on sites like
Walgreens is one of the biggest pharmacy chains in the world. Yet over the past decade, its market cap has fallen 90%, or about $100 billion in market cap. To make matters worse, in 2024 it announced plans to cut 1,200 stores. What happened? As it turns out, it's not just Walgreens or one big scandal, but something much deeper. The entire industry is going through a metamorphosis, which might make things worse for all of us. To understand what's really happening, we have to understand the mechanics behind pharmacies. In the US, there are two pharmacy titans, Walgreens and CVS. To most people, they might as well be the same company, gigantic chains of slightly more expensive pharmaceuticals. But there is an important difference, which explains why Walgreens is dying. Walgreens was seeing slow and steady growth from $12 billion in 1996 to $77 billion in 2014, but they wanted to grow bigger. So in 2014, they completed a merger with another gigantic pharmacy, Alliance Boots in Europe. The new Walgreens Boots Alliance was now a titan, from a market cap of $57 billion to over $100 billion. But after the merger, even with much more revenue, things didn't look so good. Earnings initially doubled from $3 billion to $6 billion, but then they quickly began to decline. Then in the 2020s, it went into freefall. Now, let's pivot to CVS, who had a very similar path until 2006, where they acquired a company called Caremark. Not a pharmacy, not a health insurance company, but a pharmacy benefit manager. This will become important later. Then, in the late 2010s, they began to ramp this up. They acquired the health insurance company Aetna in 2018 for about $69 billion. Then, Signify Health in 2023 for $8 billion, a home health and care coordination company. And then Oak Street Health, who provided primary care clinics, for $10 billion. CVS had big plans and very different to Walgreens. Now, let's jump forward to today. Things are pretty bad in the US pharmacy industry, but how bad? Well, looking at Walgreens' revenue, it doesn't seem bad at all. After all, it reached a record high of $150 billion in 2025. But let's look closer. Revenue is still growing slowly, but Walgreens' profits have gone cliff diving. $7 billion in profit in 2021 to a $4.6 billion loss in 2022, and by 2024, a loss of $13 billion. Its share price has dropped 90%, and in 2024, it announced plans to cut 1,200 stores, including 500 in 2025. But what's even stranger is how different this is to CVS. CVS has stayed profitable, and despite some drops, has stayed far above the red, with $10 billion in profit in 2025. Yet, between 2022 and 2025, CVS also closed 900 stores, and that trend is continuing.
And Walgreens is on track to close 450 locations this year. The pharmacy giant says it's part of a larger plan to close 1,200 underperforming stores over the next 3 years.
What's going on? Walgreens and CVS are closing stores left and right, yet only Walgreens is dying. What's happening? There's something we need to address first. Retail has changed, and that includes your over-the-counter or even prescription medication.
What if it was this easy to get your medication? Like, never wait in a line, delivered to your door, don't even have to stop what you're doing, easy. Really? Yep. Introducing Amazon Pharmacy. Now you can get your meds delivered just like everything else.
Many can now order these from Amazon, and even prescriptions can be delivered the same day. Not only that, many people receive regular pharmacy products automatically every month with a subscription and save. After COVID-19 especially, many people have changed the way they shop for day-to-day goods, which puts pressure on the pharmacy chains. But why Walgreens and not CVS? Even though both chains are closing, there's that massive difference that's beginning to squeeze Walgreens. For starters, Amazon is actually just copying CVS. In 2004, it acquired Accurate Health Services and began using its mail order system for pharmacy medication. CVS has been way ahead of the game, but mail ordering isn't even the biggest part. To find out, let's take a quick look at the two giants' financials. In its Q2 2025 financial statement, Walgreens' retail pharmacy segment made $30.4 billion in revenue. That figure is 78.8% of Walgreens' revenue, almost 80% from retail pharmacy alone, and just 5.6% from healthcare at $2.2 billion. What's the problem? Well, when we compare Walgreens to CVS, the picture becomes... In CVS's latest quarterly statement, they stated pharmacy revenue was $31.9 billion, just slightly bigger than Walgreens, yet it was only 34% of the total revenue. Healthcare benefits, aka health insurance, was $34.8 billion at 36.8%. And health services was the largest at 45.9% at $43 billion. Walgreens is extremely reliant on retail and the old retail pharmacy model, but CVS pivoted. This is where that vague health services comes in. It's almost half their revenue, but it's not retail prescriptions or health insurance. What is it? Well, this is Caremark, CVS's Pharmacy Benefit Manager, or PBM, and this is huge, but also very confusing, so bear with me, because once we uncover this, we see what's really happening. This is how pharmacies work. It starts with drug manufacturers like Pfizer, who set a price of $500 for something like on my preferred list, send me a cut after every bottle sells. This is called a rebate, and this is where the real money is. Your insurer pays the PBM the original price of $500 and a pharmacy dispensing fee of $10 minus the $25 you paid, so $485. So how do PBMs make any money here? Well, that's where the rebate comes in. Behind the scenes, Pfizer pays the PBM the $200 difference, which they pocket. They'll also typically demand a bit back from the pharmacy, saying they overpaid like $50. This is a clawback. So Walgreens here, from the $510 minus $50 minus the original $300 price they paid, makes about $160 in profit. It's a very complicated process with a lot of parties. You, your insurer, the pharmacy, the drug maker, the manufacturer, the wholesaler, and the PBM. But the PBM is what matters here. They don't make the drug, they don't sell the drug, they don't even insure you, yet they make possibly the biggest margin here. Walgreens has a pharmacy with some other services, but CVS is a pharmacy and a PBM. In fact, CVS owns the biggest PBM in the US with 34% market share. When they do the whole process of rebates, they get to pocket all of it. Walgreens only takes a smaller margin right at the end, but this is getting worse. PBMs have slowly pushed generic drugs instead of named brands like regular paracetamol. In fact, now 90% of prescriptions in the US are generic brands. Why? They pay much less for them, yet can charge insurers almost the same amount and keep a bigger margin. They get a higher rebate and it's cheaper for the customer. But then there's the pharmacy. Walgreens and the other pharmacies have been getting squeezed. Since they buy generic brands much cheaper, they make much less. But somehow, PBMs still make a lot more, and they can still perform clawback fees even on generics. Margins are getting smaller and smaller, and that's the difference here. CVS insulated itself not just by adapting, but by becoming the ecosystem. It saw pharmacies as the doorway to make more money, not as the entire business. Healthcare, PBMs, pharmacies, primary care, home care, CVS has all of it. Walgreens, however, went all in on the retail pharmacy side. It was working, but they weren't diversified much at all. Almost 80% of revenue is from retail pharmacy alone. And now, margins are so small that many pharmacies aren't even making enough to cover the cost of staying open. But somehow, it still gets even worse. As of 2024, nearly 30% of all drugstores in the US have closed compared to a decade ago. Many Walgreens are closing stores due to low margins, yet stores are also facing massive costs elsewhere. In 2014, California passed Proposition 47. Essentially, shoplifting and theft crimes of goods under $950 would be a misdemeanor rather than a felony. Over time, this led to crime growing in California, but it wasn't until after the pandemic, when police staffing dropped, where things got particularly bad. The America First Policy Institute reported that California retailers face an onslaught of theft that threatens their economic viability, places workers in dangerous situations, and damages Californians' sense of safety in their communities. Fresno, Los Angeles, and San Francisco saw commercial burglary increase by 38%, 29%, and 26% respectively from 2019 to 2022. Over the same period, Alameda County and Orange
Why can't you stay organized? I've experienced this myself, and it's called chronic impulse control, where you prioritize short-term actions like gaming and social media until it's the end of the workday, and you still haven't gotten anything done. And I'd waste the day prioritizing my short-term pleasures over my long-term goals. So let me show you.
Beneath our feet lies a hidden world, one that stretches miles into the Earth's crust, beyond the reach of sunlight. Beyond what we once thought possible for life. A place of extremes, where life defies the impossible. From ancient microbes surviving for millions of years, to bizarre organisms thriving without sunlight. This underground world is rewriting the very definition of life on Earth. A vast, alien-like ecosystem thriving in extreme heat, crushing pressure, and total darkness. Here, ancient microbes feast on minerals, strange organisms survive without oxygen, and life in
that boy Jazzy.
Hello. Walking around with my pillow. Wait.
Nah, I think him and Vaughn went to go smoke though.
Smoking that Doja
Vietnam,
Cat.
January 1967. The US and its allies have dropped more bombs on this region than they did on Germany and Japan combined during World War II. But the Viet Cong are safe. Hidden beneath the ground is a tunnel network that spans over 100 kilometers. At the entrance is Tommy Rivera. His mission is to avoid the deadly traps and enemy soldiers, locate the control room, and gather intel to stop the Viet Cong's next major attack. If he fails, hundreds of American soldiers will die. Tommy climbs into the tunnel, covers the trapdoor with leaves, and closes himself inside. With a casualty rate of over 30%, most tunnel rats don't survive their second mission. Tommy is equipped with a standard issue M1911, but in these tunnels, it's more of a liability than a weapon. A single shot could alert the enemy. Instead, he trusts his father's old World War II knife. Quiet, reliable, and deadly in close combat. Tommy doesn't know it yet, although he is getting very close to the first chamber. Based on Tommy's previous missions, he is expecting a similar layout. Connecting to the entrance, there are 3 levels of tunnels. Tommy is in the first level. The entrance is where the Viet Cong can quickly hide away in case they are being attacked. The deeper he goes, the closer he gets to the main living and operations hub. This includes hospitals, sleeping chambers, and his target, the command center. At the very bottom is the Viet Cong's safest area built for emergency situations. Bomb shelters, evacuation tunnels, interrogation rooms, and water wells. Tommy creeps forward, taking short, shallow breaths to keep as silent as possible. His nose picks up a faint smell of rusty metal. The first room is near. Suddenly, he spots something ahead, a thin bamboo trigger. Above in the ceiling is a small camouflaged panel. Something's moving behind it. His heart races. Vietnam pit vipers. Each tunnel system can hold more than 50 unique traps. Some explode, some impale, some release toxic gas. This one is designed to cause organ failure and internal bleeding from the venom. If Tommy touches the bamboo, it will send a signal by pulling out the toggle, causing the wooden panel above his head to swing open and the snakes will be released. Most soldiers turn back when they see what lies ahead, but Tommy can't. Thousands of lives depend on him finding the Viet Cong attack plans.
Now that I use Monday service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation.
He grips the dirt and starts to move. One elbow forward, then the next. He slides above the trigger. 3, 2, 1. And he's clear. But these traps only get more deadly the deeper he goes. This is just the beginning. The more Tommy crawls, the stronger the smell becomes. The narrow dirt tunnel curves slightly to the left, then opens. He's reached the first chamber, just 4 feet wide and 5 feet tall. This cramped design is not by accident. Viet Cong soldiers averaged just 5 feet 3 inches tall, while American soldiers stood around 5'9". That height difference made it nearly impossible for most Americans to fit inside. But standing at 5'1", Tommy is perfect. Low wooden crates stacked against the wall holding ammunition, medical gear, and rice. Storage was frequently placed near the entrances, allowing the Viet Cong to restock or retreat faster during battle. He listens for a moment to hear if anyone might be nearby. Silence. Tommy pushes forward. The soil down here contains high levels of clay and iron. When it dries, it develops concrete-like properties, stopping the tunnel from collapsing. However, while it's raining, there's still a risk. After several more minutes of crawling, he reaches the entrance. This chamber is larger. At the far end is a shallow pit. It's a Huang Com stove. This is where they cook. Unlike the Americans who had supply chains stretching from aircraft carriers to jungle outposts, the Viet Cong had to scavenge, barter, or steal their food. To cook and breathe, they built ventilation shafts from the tunnel ceilings to the jungle floor, disguising them as termite mounds. But cooking releases smoke. If the Americans saw it rising from the ground, their location would be compromised. To stay hidden, they only cooked meals during the morning or when it's raining, so the natural fog would hide it. Tommy squats down. A few pieces of rice still cling to a crusted pot. The embers are still warm. Someone was just here. His pulse quickens. Back home, on the news, Tommy constantly heard about America's success, high body counts, and tactical victories. But when he arrived in Vietnam, the reality felt completely different. Everything seemed stuck with no real progress. That's because he had only been told one side of the story. The kind of bias you won't fall for if you read ground news. They pull data from over 50,000 sources worldwide, letting you see how different outlets frame the same story, so you can compare perspectives, but ground news and sit by the warm fire. He keeps crawling. Then, the ground begins to slope downward. He pauses. He knows exactly what that means. He's entering level 2. The deepest levels are where the real secrets are hidden. Surgery bays, weapons workshops, supply caches, and his target, the command center. The air becomes thicker and sterile in a way that's unnatural for a tunnel. Then he hears it. Movement, soft and muffled. Tommy freezes. The sound echoes faintly down a tunnel to his right, shuffling. A whisper of voices too quiet to make out. They don't know he's here. Tommy clutches his knife. He waits and listens intensely, but the sound starts to fade. False alarm. As he approaches the next room, he sees a glow of light. A bed is pressed against the wall. Next to it, a stack of blood-stained bandages and scissors. Glass jars lined along a dugout shelf. In the corner is a bicycle-powered generator. This is a quiet way to generate electricity to light this hospital room during surgery and charge their radio equipment. Only found in the more developed systems. A faint tapping sound echoes through the chamber. Tommy goes still. He knows that sound. They're digging. At the start of the war, the Viet Cong would dig during the day, making it easier for Americans to locate them. However, now they only do it while raining or at night when the jungle sounds overpower their own. Others will be nearby, hauling dirt in baskets up to the surface. Every handful is carried far from the tunnels, scattered across fields, buried in bomb craters, or dumped into rivers. The surface will be crawling with Viet Cong. Tommy hopes the rain stops soon. Otherwise, his escape just got a lot harder. Still, not all news is bad. Medical rooms like this one are almost always placed on the second level, the same level as the command center. He's close, very close. The tunnel tightens again. Tommy claws forward, the walls pressing in, his nails scratching in the dirt until the path opens. He stops. This isn't a storage room. It's something else. He tries to see what's inside, but it's too dark. He knows using his flashlight could expose him, but staying blind could kill him. He has no choice. He flicks it on. What he sees makes his blood run cold. It's the trap room. Most designs weren't meant to kill. They were made for one purpose only, to make soldiers like Tommy hesitate.
Hey, what's up, guys? I found this beer left over from some campers, and I'm totally wasted. I'm sorry I bumped the camera.
To make them afraid of the floor, the walls, everything. 11% of combat deaths are caused by the tens of thousands of booby traps deployed by the Viet Cong soldiers. In the corner, a pile of bamboo, each stake sharpened to a deadly point. Tommy remembers the last time he saw one above ground. A fellow soldier stepped on a false floor. The scream was brief. The pit was full of spikes. Sometimes the tips are even smeared with feces. Not to kill instantly, but to infect, to rot from within. He turns. In another area, a stack of tin cans. But it's not harmless junk. Inside are grenades rigged with tripwires. Pull the wire, the pin yanks free. Boom. Through decades of fighting off foreign powers, the Vietnamese have learned to use the land to kill any invader. With the reminder of death, Tommy cuts his light and presses forward into the dark. He hears a faint sound and freezes. It's coming from ahead where the tunnel forks. On his left is a subtle echo of voices. Viet Cong, at least two, maybe more. To his right, silence. But Tommy knows what silence can mean down here. A dead end. Or worse, a trap. His heart thuds. The left tunnel could put him face to face with the enemy. The right could be a trap, ending his life and the mission. He waits, motionless, counting his breaths. The voices grow clearer. Calm, casual, too calm. That's what scares him. He shifts his body toward the right tunnel, elbows dragging through the dirt, hips twisting. Each breath he takes could be his last. No wire, no pressure plate. Not yet. 5 feet in, still nothing. Then the tunnel opens slightly, just enough for him to kneel. He is safe, for now. It's the second time luck is on Tommy's side. Deep down, he knows it won't last forever. And that's when he sees it. Ahead, lit by only the faintest glow from a lantern, is a large room. Reinforced with timber, large maps pinned to the wall, chalk markings, folded documents. This isn't another survival chamber. This is his target, the command center. Tommy scans the area. There's no one inside. He moves in silent and low. A crude table at the center holds an unfolded map. A red line stretches west towards Saigon. Circles, notes, arrows, targets, highly classified materials. Somehow, the Viet Cong have secured info about an upcoming offensive. This was more than just the attack plans he came for. When Tommy left the camp, they were preparing for this very operation, including some of his closest friends. They spoke with quiet hope, final push that could end the war in weeks. But now he realizes none of them knew the truth. It wasn't a breakthrough at all. It was an ambush. If Command sees this, they can call off the advance and change course. This isn't just another mission, it's personal. Failing to get back to the base doesn't just mean helping to defend their base. It means saving his entire platoon from certain death. Tommy hears noises again. Closer now. The longer he spends in here, the more likely he is to be caught. He needs to find the military base attack document. He looks over to see some rolled up papers. Without enough time to look inside, he straps them under his belt. Now, he has another problem to worry about. How does he get out of here? As Tommy turns to crawl back the way he came, he hears shuffling. Close. Tommy grabs his knife, back pressed against the wall. He won't use the gun, as it will alert the entire tunnel system, making his escape so much harder. The shuffling grows louder. As the Viet Cong soldier's head enters the room, Tommy strikes. The man collapses. Tommy doesn't move. He listens in case anyone has been alerted. It's a young Viet Cong soldier. He flips the body over, quickly patting down his vest. A knife, loose ammo, some rice wrapped in a banana leaf. A picture of the soldier and his family. He can't be much older than 16, although that was a couple of years ago now. So much has changed since then. Many of the Viet Cong soldiers started young, raised in the dark, trained underground, hardened by a war that offers no childhood. At this point, nearly 400,000 dead. Many of them are civilians. Nobody down here really wants to fight. They just don't have a choice. Tommy finds something else, a folded piece of paper, wrapped in plastic to keep it dry. A hand-drawn map showing a rough outline of the tunnel system. He identifies his location. Then, another symbol near the way out, closer to the surface. With limited Vietnamese, he makes out the word prisoner. If someone's still alive down here, he can't leave them to die. Out here, the Americans have a code. No man gets left behind. Still, it could easily be a trap. The Viet Cong often turn this against them, turning prisoners into bait. Tommy tucks the map into his chest pocket, grabs the Viet Cong's body, and hides it in the corner of the room. The mission just got much more complicated. In less than 10 minutes, someone will find the body, and when they do, Tommy will still be in the tunnels. If he's going to free this prisoner, Tommy's going to need to fight. Guided by the map, he takes a hard turn down the new passage. The air grows colder, the floor angles sharply downward, his knees scrape and boots slip. The tunnel continues to twist deeper into the earth than anything he's ever encountered. Whoever this prisoner is, he must be important. No one gets buried this deep without a reason. As Tommy rounds the last bend, he hears something. Not voices, not footsteps, but breathing. That's when he feels his elbow hit a string. This pulls a cord directly attached to a pin. He closes his eyes. This could be the end. A piece of string with metal scraps is attached, which is propelled toward a metal bell, making a loud clang. It's a noise trap. His heart pounds. They know. Tommy exits the tunnel into the room. A figure hangs from a bamboo pole lashed into the wall. An American. The soldier's uniform is shredded, blood on his face. He lifts his head weakly when he sees Tommy, but doesn't react. He's too dehydrated and malnourished, but alive. Tommy moves in and quickly pulls the gag loose. "Don't speak," he whispers. "You're gonna be okay, but we need to leave now." He draws his knife and slices the rope and lowers him down. The soldier winces, but doesn't cry out. He's light. Tommy stops. Tommy checks the map again. There's an exit nearby, up above. Viet Cong soldiers will know they will be looking for the fastest way out and will be planning to intercept them. They know too much to be allowed to escape alive. Tommy tells the soldier to stay close. He puts the map away, tightens his grip on his knife, and starts to climb toward the surface. The rescued soldier stumbles behind him, barely able to keep pace. Tommy keeps an ear on the tunnel behind them. No sound, yet. But it's coming. Every corner they turn, every shaft they crawl through, Tommy expects movement, a voice, a shot. Turns around and helps pull the soldier up a steep incline. Light leaks faintly from above. An exit? Behind them is a voice shouting. They've been spotted. Tommy doesn't wait. He pulls the soldier harder and pushes forward up the slope toward a narrow beam of light. Then, gunfire. Bullets ricochet against the walls. Dirt sprays behind his head. Another shot. He reaches the top. A bamboo hatch. He reaches out to open it. It's locked. He slams his shoulder into it once, twice. It cracks. Sunlight floods in. They're not safe yet. He grabs the soldier under the arm. They start running. No clear direction, no cover. Just raw instinct and the will to survive. Behind them, Viet Cong soldiers spill out from the bamboo hatch, weapons raised. Bullets crackle through the trees. Tommy doesn't look back. Branches slice their faces. Every step is a gamble. But every step is further from danger. He glances up. Smoke trails in the far distance. A campfire. A signal. Hope. It might just be okay. The Vietnam War stands as one of the most brutal and arguably most pointless conflicts in modern history, lasting over 19 years. The suffering it unleashed was huge, killing an estimated 5 million human lives from America, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Within war stories, we find heroes, like Tommy Rivera. But a deeper question must be asked. What exactly is the hero fighting for? Throughout history, information has convinced us that heroes fight for their country and their people. But too often, they're fighting for something else entirely, a political machine, where corporations profit by selling weapons to governments under the disguise of patriotism. By 1968, 54% of Americans believed the Vietnam War was a mistake, yet dragged on for another 7 years. It's not just history, it's a pattern. The next time you see a war taking place, take a moment to think, is this war everything it's claimed to be?
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate will teach you to code in R, to code in SQL, data visualization, and learning how to problem solve like an analyst would. At the end of the day,
this is the Glastonbury Festival, or at least it will be. Right now, it's a dairy farm set in the Somerset countryside, home to about 400 cows. Through fall, winter, and spring, they graze the fields for grass and shrubs, in turn producing milk that's used to make worthy farm cheddar. But come late April, it's time for them to relocate to their summer residence at a nearby farm. That's because these fields are about to be transformed into the largest greenfield music festival in the entire world. In a matter of weeks, 200,000 people will descend onto this farm in the middle of nowhere, Britain. First, they block off access. There are a number of roads and footpaths running through it, which of course need to become private as construction begins. Next, the perimeter fence goes up, along with the very first facility, a preliminary site office from which the construction process will be led. Before construction begins, though, they need to address the roads. Most of them are made of dirt, meaning in Britain's rainy weather, with a large number of heavy vehicles, they'd quickly become impassable. That's why they lay down these temporary metal road coverings rated for up to 40 tons. There's also the matter of bridges. There are a number across the site, and small farm bridges were never designed to accommodate a constant barrage of semi-trucks, so while many have been permanently upgraded through the years to handle the demand, others get temporarily reinforced just for the festival period. Around mid-May, the core stage of the build begins, so the site office gets supplemented with shower and toilet facilities so that staff can camp on site. Across the following weeks, this staff headquarters will continue to grow. They'll add a first aid center, a welfare center with mental health and conflict resolution support, a staff canteen with 3 hot meals a day, even a number of crew bars. The bulk of the build work involves erecting around 90 major temporary structures, ranging from tents to stages. What this looks like from the perspective of Glastonbury Festival Events Limited, the actual organizing company, is facilitating the work of a number of subcontractors who do the operational work of erecting each facility. Their staff does little themselves beyond, well, organize. As this occurs, work starts to build the core infrastructure of the event. Sanitation is of paramount importance. 200,000 people is a lot, and if there are not enough places for them to go, they'll find their own places to do their business. Glastonbury's solution would be described by some as innovative and by others as horrific. Basically, they dig giant pits in the ground. They then install what's called a long drop toilet, a row of toilet seats on top of holes that drop into the bigger hole. The quote-unquote innovation is that the large hole is big enough that it doesn't have to be emptied during the festival. Worthy Farms roads are massively congested during the festival, so having trucks constantly make their way through to empty out porta potties would be quite detrimental to broader festival operations. Rather, they clean the pits out just once at the end of the festival, then refill the hole with dirt and allow residual waste to biodegrade. Of course, it's not all about outputs. There are also the inputs. The festival includes about 1,000 different traders, food vendors, fly firmly in the face of the festival's eco-conscious mission. That's why Glastonbury essentially operates its own utility system. While Worthy Farm looks like a farm and operates as a farm, the fact that the festival was founded by the farm's owners, who still own it to this day, made it practical to build some permanent infrastructure. The most notable example of this is its water supply system. Underneath the fields is a network of pipes similar to that underneath any town, distributing water to key facilities. This has existed for decades, but the trouble was that demand over festival weekend was so much more than traditionally needed in the area. About 3 million liters a day compared to typical demand of just 500,000 in the adjacent village. Naturally, that demand spike strained the local water mains and led to low pressure for nearby residents. They complained that they were unable to do their laundry or take a shower during the festival, which wasn't just annoying, it was a risk to the festival itself. When community sentiment goes down, so too does the likelihood of getting an operating permit. As a fix, the festival experimented with trucking water into tankers and filling massive bladders that would feed into the pipes, but while this alleviated the water pressure issues, it still led to community impact due to the non-stop procession of trucks snaking through small village streets. So eventually they built 2 massive underground reservoirs. Today, in the weeks leading up to the festival, these are slowly filled at a rate that does not stress the local system, and they have enough capacity to cover festival weekend without creating exceptional demand on the local system. The other utilities are provided by third-party contractors. The festival requires that all traders buy propane from the company Festival Gas, which operates regular deliveries throughout the site. Meanwhile, another company called Agreco builds a temporary electric grid for the festival, using a combination of large generators and renewable sources, and traders contract directly with them for their power supply, more or less how they would with a traditional grid operator. This is only the start of the rules imposed on vendors by the festival. Each one of them is an independent business, but they're perceived by attendees as a component of the overall experience, and therefore Glastonbury is accountable for them and their actions. That's why they all have their binder, a huge collection of paperwork on which their ability to keep operating hinges. While exact requirements will vary, in 2015 it looked like this. Vehicle and staff passes, proof of insurance, health and safety documentation, even their very own A5 no smoking sign. But the vendors, for their part, have had plenty of time to prepare this documentation along with their staffing plan, exact footprint and layout of their space, and all the other minutiae required as the application window opens some 9 months prior, with selection being made 3 months prior to the festival. Selection takes a long time because a festival is not just trying to fill the openings, they're trying to fill the openings with vendors that match the festival's particular values and particular needs. From the nonprofit and jewelry tents to those making greasy late-night meals or morning after breakfasts, vendors inform the experience of a festival just as much as the art and music, so the Glastonbury planners pour over each and every detailed application. And should a vendor get in, they'll be paying for the privilege. While exact fees to trade at Glastonbury aren't listed because each is case by case, sizable and well-positioned food vendors have reported prices in the £15,000 to £20,000 range for the busier spaces nearer to major stages, with rates dropping the farther one is positioned from the festival center. A telling sign that the hefty upfront fee for a 5-day run is worthwhile, though, is a particular feature that appears in small print on the Glastonbury map: the wholesale market. Essentially, it's a shop for the shops. Each morning of the festival, there's a procession towards this spot as wholesalers bring in staple ingredients, fresh foods, and serveware for the depleted vendors to purchase. Much of these interactions take place in the morning when the festival grounds are generally quieter and easier to navigate. For a small window of time, a slew of trucks and tractors are permitted to run deliveries around the site very slowly and carefully. But for most, supplies are purchased and then hauled by hand or wagon to get ready for the next rush. Staying in stock is critical for vendors and the festival alike, as a vendor is required to station their booth at their assigned spot for the entire run of the festival, as leaving early would mean a significant fine and lost chance to come back next year. In part, this is down to security, as the vendor areas, or markets, function effectively as islands sealed off from the general admission areas. Booths, therefore, are impermeable extensions of fences, each keeping the festival public outside the market zone where vendors have their vehicles and extra supplies, and in some cases where there are vendor-only services and camping areas. Even separated from general admission, running a vendor at a festival is a draining affair. The lines at some hours will be unruly and never-ending, and at other times, non-existent. The heat will be sweltering, and there will also be unrelenting rain. All the while, there will be pressure. Pressure to move enough product to justify the entry fee, pressure to keep a food truck up and running for the next few weeks until another festival, and pressure to adhere to food safety standards. The last of which, the festival is also keeping tabs on. To help wrangle Glastonbury's vendors, the festival deploys managers with offices placed near groupings of markets to ensure policies are being respected by the vendors and guests, and offering themselves as a resource should anything start going sideways between the two parties. These market managers report to the partnership director, who's responsible for dealing with all the external partnerships, from fencing contractors to food vendors, and operates from the Event Control Center, which in 2015 was located here at the Green Barn. Beyond market management, much of the overall security and safety structures that the festival relies on emanates from the Event Control Center. At its busiest, it will see some 500 employees and volunteers working in and around it, while representatives of each aspect of the festival will be based out of it for the festival's entirety, such as the operations director, infrastructure manager, security director, site manager, and health and safety coordinator, to name a few. Directly neighboring the control center is fire control and a makeshift police station, the former supplied by the regional Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue Service. Connected by phone, radio, and CCTV, the Event Control Center keeps close tabs on everything from impending weather and conditions across the ground to the flow of guests and density of crowds, all with the aim to monitor pending problems and proactively game plan solutions. And to make sure nothing is missed, and response can be hastened when problems do arise, the directors and managers stationed at the control center work with official area organizers spread across all areas of the festival, from stages to campgrounds. It's this group that will supervise the build-out of their region, carry out daily inspections, and manage adherence on everything from health and safety standards to the on-site traffic management plan. Of course, keeping a festival running smoothly and safely during it requires ample foresight before it. A campground, for instance, can be well monitored by area organizers, accounted for by police, and aided by a robust lost and found system, but crime and petty theft are things that a good festival addresses long before the festival. At Glastonbury, campgrounds are modestly lit by strung-up festoon lighting to minimize crime in the dark of night, while each camp will have lock-up areas for campers' valuables. In such a chaotic environment, the best way to solve problems is to limit them in the first place. The same goes with crowd dynamics. Crowd control procedures only really work when officials have a good sense as to the exact number of participants they're dealing with. As a generally free-spirited venture from the beginning, Glastonbury has always dealt with its fair share of gatecrashers. In its history, the festival has even welcomed them. A past that has created a culture of seemingly good-natured trespassing. That changed with this fence. Running 5 miles or 8 kilometers around the festival's perimeter, the Super Fortress fence, as it's called, has helped the festival ensure a right-sized crowd by minimizing intrusions with its smooth, 12-foot tall face and 45-degree overhang at the top. Still, some will try it, so spread across the festival are guard towers and patrols on motorized vehicles to watch for those trying to sneak over or under the massive fence. Perhaps countering the festival's traditionally welcoming ethos, the fence is a safety necessity because letting in thousands of unaccounted for guests will strain resources and alter crowd dynamics to a potentially dangerous extent. And it's also a licensing necessity, as this fence came into being in 2002 in response to a £15,000 fine for having gatecrashers take the crowd size well over the licensed capacity. Without a far more aggressive system of keeping people out, Glastonbury was facing the potential of losing its license entirely. Now, doing a festival like Glastonbury once is, in and of itself, a massive feat, but doing a festival like Glastonbury year in, year out is yet more impressive because it not only has to function, it has to function well. What's at risk is not just losing business, but losing the festival's right to operate at all. There's no inherent right for Glastonbury to operate. If things go wrong, it risks losing this, its operating purpose. And making Glastonbury's operations yet more challenging is the fact that it has to do all of this in a quiet, sparsely populated rural area of famously bureaucratic Britain. An endless array of regulations are imposed on the festival by both local and national government. Perhaps the biggest risk area in the government's eyes centers around alcohol. It's of course in the festival's financial interest to sell as much alcohol as possible, but too much drunken debauchery can and has turned music festivals into riots. Therefore, the UK government prohibits certain activities that it deems likely to promote excessive consumption. For example, the venue must monitor to assure patrons are not pouring alcohol into other people's mouths, and the festival is prohibited from running drinking games that involve consuming a certain amount of alcohol in a certain amount of time. But the government isn't the only entity that the festival is answerable to. Just as significant a risk is that of upsetting their insurers. You see, festivals are incredibly risky businesses, but they're also massive businesses. Glastonbury is estimated to earn upwards of $80 million a year in revenue, but that revenue all hinges on just 5 core days of operation. If weather washes it out, or key artists fail to show, or reality doesn't match expectations...
You heard me?
What? You on some freaky junk.
Who?
Cares.
No, who you talking about?
No, who cares? You get it?
Oh, I'm gone.
You get it? You get it or no?
I tell you, I just keep running fades on these dudes.
On who?
They can't stop it.
Who you running phase on? Oh yeah, it's over with, bro. I just figured out how to go live with my toolkit on TikTok. Oh yeah, baby. You might as well get to shaking that shit right now.
Glastonbury will likely have to refund ticket sales, either due to government regulations or public pushback. Of course, almost all of the expenses, contractors, tent rentals, infrastructure, staff salaries, will have already been paid for. It's not like a traditional concert venue where a year-round schedule offsets the risk of individual shows. Here, all their eggs are in one basket. Without insurance, one rainy weekend could bankrupt the business, and even without foul weather, the festival might struggle to hire contractors and artists due to concern about non-payment in the event of cancellation. So, insurance is effectively mandatory. Almost any large festival will hold a massive policy covering both general liability and more unique risks like event cancellation and artist non-appearance. Very few insurers, reportedly about 10, will actually underwrite these policies given their massive scale, giving them quite a bit of leverage in setting terms. Every policy is unique, but much of the design and operations of festivals is therefore dictated by the insurer. For liquor liability coverage, they might require that sales are limited to 2 at a time. For general liability coverage, they might set security staffing minimums. For artist non-appearance coverage, they might prohibit the festival from booking particularly troublesome artists. For event cancellation coverage, they might require an on-site meteorologist. But while these insurance policies make event management buckets, they are also now holding the industry back. Many of these policies did cover cancellation due to communicable diseases, meaning the insurers lost a colossal amount of money in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic.
College football?
5 years on, it's still
Have you ever seen a ghost?
Get a policy covering pandemics, at least at a reasonable cost.
Hey, you ever seen a chicken nugget?
Excluding it have inflated in cost.
I just broke the
There have been a
record
number
for
of high-profile
LSU
incidents that
passing
likely
yards.
involved high-dollar payouts
in
in
one
recent
half.
years, like the deadly
Hey, game
accident
share me.
and
Broke the
And on
SEC.
top of that,
Bro,
there's a global
bro,
trend of increased extreme
bro.
weather.
You know
Just
I
as
don't have
this is
this
pushing
game.
up home insurance rates and fire
Game share me.
areas, it's also raising
Yeah,
the
you want
cost
me
of
to say it
festival
again?
insurance. Combined, there are instances like the Bonnaroo Festival in Tennessee, which
What, you can't
canceled in
hear?
2020 due to COVID,
What
2021
you
due
Yo,
to flooding,
I
and
stutter.
2025 due to heavy rains. With 3 cancellations
That's what
in
I'm
6
trying to
years,
say.
it's no wonder insurance rates are going
So
up.
what is going on?
Bonnaroo is
I know
owned
you
by
heard me
Live
say it.
Nation, which, due to its scale, can likely negotiate lower rates as its risk
This
is diversified
cannot be
over
real.
many different festivals. But the impacts are more pronounced for independent festivals like
I'ma
Glastonbury,
just
where the
touch
risk
you
is
up.
more singular. And insurance issues are greatest for new festivals. Insurers
That boy
charge
threw
higher
for
rates when
fine
a
at
festival is not proven,
26
which
on
makes
him.
it exceptionally hard
You
to
hear
start
me?
a new
8
independent
TDs.
festival, especially when Firefest
Dylan
so
Raiola
visibly
trying to
demonstrated the risks.
compete with the big
But of
dogs. He
course,
trying
the
to
other
compete
risk
with
to the
the big
festival's
dog.
longevity is that the neighbors just get sick of it. And it's happened before. In 1992, Ann
Hey,
Goods,
ask them
a
why they
worthy
trying to
farm
compete
neighbor,
with me,
erected
little
a
sad
30-foot
knots.
white cross overlooking the festival's
Sad
cemetery property.
knots.
As a devout Christian, Goods was antagonistic
Alabama
towards
ranked
what
number
she
1
considered
now.
blasphemy taking place during Glastonbury
on.
between the free love and free drugs.
UCLA.
And it wasn't just her. As the festival grew,
Is
so too
UCLA
did the
better
schism
than
between it and the
USC?
locals. So in response, founder Michael Eavis developed a series of solutions that today
Or
fall
is UCLA
under the
for like
tightly
rich
named
people and
event management
UCLA for
plan, one
like
that's recorded, approved, and filed by
rich
Somerset
people,
Council.
but you know,
These
under the
plans were
richer
designed to
people?
effectively contain the festival. Successfully implemented,
quiet.
it should make it so the neighbors in Pelton barely perceive
Cause
Glastonbury,
USC,
even
that
as their village of
school
1,000
expensive,
effectively
bro,
grows
ain't it?
to 200,000.
I went there.
Of course, not everything can be
For
contained.
real?
A certain amount of litter, for example, is to be expected.
Yeah,
and
I
therefore
dropped
the
out.
festival commenced
That junk
cleaning up
in,
at key sites like the surrounding streets
like
and
Hollywood,
local train
ain't it?
station
That junk in the hood.
before and after the event weekend.
That junk on Fig.
UCLA would have been in the hood.
So a 12:30
USC on Fig.
on the main stages on Friday and Saturday.
It's in the
along with
40s
a
hood.
night sound curfew on Sunday. After that point, smaller stages
It's
and
on
venues are
Figueroa
allowed to
Street?
keep operating under
Figueroa.
strict maximum volume conditions. In
Figueroa.
fact, to assure compliance,
Okay.
crews from the council patrol
Yo, there's no way
locations
that
near
the
the
highest
festival with
overall
decibel
player
meters
is a
until dawn.
kicker.
And the same goes for
Oh, yeah, that
lighting,
dude
which is
nice.
installed specifically to minimize the risk of nuisance on the
Dude,
neighbors.
90 overall
Even the
kicker.
generators for
He's
directional
definitely
lights have
hitting the
decibel
league.
caps. Of course,
If you
the
a
one thing
90
that just
overall
simply
kicker,
has to go in
you
and
gotta
out
be nice
are the
or
people.
something. You know?
Transporting 200,000 people in the middle of the
Dudes just
countryside
ain't
is,
that
of
high
course,
overall
a headache.
kicking the ball.
Naturally, public transportation
Let me
is
see
the
that.
efficient,
He the
least
highest
intrusive
kicker
to
in the
neighbors,
game.
and it's the method of choice for at least a third
I've
of
never
attendees.
seen a 90
That
overall
includes nearly
kicker.
30,000 who take the Great Western Railway, a dozen extra trains from London Paddington to the Castle Cary stop
He could have
per day to meet
redshirted a
demand.
year.
That stop, however, is and from Castle Cary Railway Station, a tiny 2-track stop with little infrastructure,
Number
officials
94.
help to guide the thousands of people onto shuttle buses, which take them to the
Dang,
farm.
kickers be
Riders
on
can
some
only bring
weird
what they
numbers,
can
ain't
carry.
it?
There are no trolley carts for luggage, and
me see
large items
some.
like instruments just aren't allowed. Buses carry another 20,000 people who arrive
Like,
in a
there
cascade
should
of
be
times over
nobody
start
on
of
the football
festival and
team.
are dropped off at a dedicated entrance close to the action.
I mean, no one.
What's up with the gang? You
That's
And then, of
having
course,
number
there's everyone
30.
who drives, with 28,000
Number
public cars,
37.
5,000 camper vans, and another 12,500 vehicles.
I got it right here. I'm gonna keep it
Number
Traffic management
37.
starts nearly 30 miles or
Number
50
33.
kilometers from the
Maybe
farm.
that's a running
First,
back
there
number,
are
I
35
guess.
miles or 56 kilometers of designated
45.
freeways
That's so
where
odd.
cars are not allowed to stop or pull over. Then there are more than 350 miles
44, that's like a
560
fullback
kilometers of
number.
diversionary routes, forced one-ways, and dozens of closed exits, all designed to keep traffic moving and reduce impact
But
on local neighborhoods.
94?
Here, roads are closed
94,
at
he's number
Lodgesham Road,
94.
A37, and A361 to keep cars
That's what
concentrated on
overall he
thoroughfares
trying to reach.
instead of
That's
traversing
why he
through
set that as a
farmlands and
standard.
disrupting rural life.
Said I'm gonna
Residents
be the
themselves
first
are given
99
vehicle
overall
passes
kicker.
to make sure they can still move around between villages
Ever.
unimpeded. In fact, they're given a lot of things. Residents of
That
Pelton,
boy
the
got
community most
99
impacted,
kick
receive
power
complimentary
on a
tickets to the festival,
97.
and the surrounding neighborhoods get a
I
number
wish I
of
could make a
price-tiered
kicker in
tickets
this
along with a
game.
designated place to
Boy,
park at the festival.
that
Officials
boy be
also
running
set up a
fake punts every
24-hour
every
hotline for
play.
noise and light complaints. And in the fall, organizers throw a Pilton Party,
Fake
essentially a
punts,
mini
throwing
music
it
festival, as a
downfield.
thank you to the
I
villagers,
know.
workers, and local people. And those efforts to work with the community instead of against it have
Is
worked.
there any 99
For 55
overall
years,
linemen?
the festival has returned, continually growing in both numbers, stature, and scope. Music
The
festivals
highest
are
is
incredibly complex
93.
exercises, and they're incredibly risky businesses, but there's a reason why
wow.
organizers go through all the effort and risk. Done right, they're also
Oh, wowzers.
Successful businesses. They're massively popular among fans and also among artists. In fact,
This
they're some
dude
of
a
the most attractive
94
gigs out
overall
there. For
tight end.
headliners, the pay is
He
massive.
played
For emerging
for
artists,
Oregon.
the crowds are massive.
You know Jamari
And also-
Johnson?
Nah. Who that?
Okay, what about Wait, what's that dude name?
You know him?
Okay, just set your shoes down there. What's going on?
How you know him?
Boy, Riley. You know Riley Williams?
I see blood all over your hands. What's going on?
This is 30-year-old Nathan Fry. Just minutes earlier, police had responded to a fatal shooting and found him bloodied and too shot to speak.
Our victim is here with a shot to the head. It looks like a large amount of brain matter on the ground.
What officers don't yet realize is that Nathan isn't just an innocent bystander. He was a vigilante with a murder plot that left the wrong person dead.
What you're telling me doesn't match what
I know Seven Nuts.
It's not matching what Christopher's telling me. Nate, listen to me. I'm trying to help you.
Nate, show up on the bed, steps back 2 feet.
Okay, what about Dexter?
Who just fired down, Nathan or Chris?
Well, that's what we're gonna figure out, okay?
One of you guys better take them away first, since I will kill them both.
On November 6th, 2022, a distraught woman called 911, reporting that a fatal shooting had just occurred in her house.
911, location of your emergency.
We need an ambulance. Somebody's been shot.
Are they outside or inside?
No, they're inside the house.
Okay, is someone there at least controlling the bleeding?
I don't know.
I don't
Do you know where they were shot at?
No, she's in the chest or somewhere. It's in her head.
She's shot in her head?
Yes, she's
okay,
not. Oh my God.
Is she awake at all?
With a shotgun. Oh my
Shot in the
God.
head with a shotgun.
Yes.
Was this accidental? Is the gun still on scene?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, I just want to request that no one touch that weapon. I do have law enforcement and medical heading to you, okay?
Officers rush to the scene where they're met by a man seemingly in a state of complete shock.
Come on over here. Where's everyone else at? They're downstairs? Okay, just set your shoes down there. What's going on?
What about Fabian Bynum? You know Fabian Bynum?
I see blood all over your hands. What's going on?
Just got an argument. You started throwing.
That's a big boy.
Who did?
Chris.
Oh, her and Chris? Okay.
You started arguing.
How tall is he then? If that's your nephew.
Picked up something.
6'2".
Nah,
Were you in the room?
6'6".
I had just gotten it back.
My bad.
Okay. Did he pick up a rifle or a shotgun or what? Alright. Just come over here. Put you in the car.
Big deal.
The first person officers encounter at the scene is Nathan Fry, who appears extremely shaken, claiming a man named Chris was arguing with someone inside the house before gunfire erupted.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, officers have no idea who Chris is, but they would very soon uncover just how central he is to everything.
You said that's your nephew, right?
Suspecting Nathan might have been involved in the shooting, officers quickly detain him. Meanwhile, more witnesses begin to exit the house. One of them is Shannon, the woman who called 911. She also lives in the home and was a close friend of the victim. But what Shannon is about to tell the officers doesn't align with Nathan's claims.
Okay, what was
going on? Who is she?
Anybody else see it?
No, I heard it. In my room, and obviously Nate pulled out the shotgun. I don't know what happened.
Nate pulled out the shotgun?
Everything, he's got Jim's
How did you know? Okay.
Chris says.
Chris says.
Hey, why did he just try to suplex her?
Nathan is?
Yeah.
Okay. Just have a seat right there. Who else is inside besides Chris?
Shannon tells officers that Nathan pulled the trigger, but admits she didn't witness it herself. She only heard it from Chris, who, unlike the others, still hasn't come out of the house. Officers grow concerned and request additional units as a precaution before quickly surrounding the home and ordering Chris to come outside.
Chris, come on over this
way.
way.
Chris tripping, ain't he?
Come on over here. Come to me, son. Make sure you got no weapons. Okay. So what happened, man?
Talking about opportunities inside there. Taking the net.
Right.
Got upset. Came at me. Mind yourself.
Wait, what's that girl name? Oh, Holly Day. I thought it was Chloe Day. Holly.
Okay.
I realized I had a shot.
Daily. Okay. Go ahead and go. Okay. Do me a favor. I don't want you talking to anybody else, okay?
Okay.
All right. So go ahead and have a seat over here by the front of this Dodge Durango, please. Right over here.
In an unclear ramble, Chris claims that Nathan pulled the trigger and fired the shot, and the victim's blood was sprayed all over him. But just moments earlier, Nathan told officers it was Chris who had been arguing with the victim, suggesting he was more involved than he let on. With both of them pointing fingers at each other, officers grow increasingly skeptical and decide to dig into their backgrounds. That's when they uncover a troubling detail about Chris. He had a history of domestic abuse and prior incidents at this very address. He's far from a neutral witness. With both Nathan and Chris now detained, officers begin securing the scene. Inside, they're met with a grisly sight.
Always post like that, though.
Report police! Report police!
Bad. There's no way that you just want me to see it that bad.
Yeah, you can. Go back there. Yeah, it's obvious. Yeah. And there's a lot of blood on the ground, so our victim is here with a shot to the head. It looks like large amount of brain matter on the ground. Shotgun. That's what initially is being said. Yes.
Boy, that's about to break her back.
The victim is 44-year-old Jennifer Lee, a resident of the home and a mother of two. It turns out the police department was familiar with this address, having responded numerous times to heated confrontations involving Jennifer, her ex-husband Chris, and her current boyfriend Nathan. Records indicated Jennifer shared a complicated history with both men, and more recently, tensions had escalated. On several occasions, Nathan reportedly stepped in during conflicts between Jennifer and Chris. But on this day, the line between protector and aggressor would blur, as detectives later learn how things tragically went off course. For now, though, officers had to break devastating news to Jennifer's son, who had just arrived at the scene.
Hey, there's no easy way to say this.
Yo, this dude, Dylan Raiola, really want to win the Heisman over me.
In your mom's room, and a firearm was discharged, and your mom was passed.
What do y'all want me to do?
Who just fired on Nathan or Chris?
This dude fiending to win the Heisman. He went to
What do you guys want to take
Bama.
away before I assume I will kill them
He
both?
was fiending so bad to beat Patrick Mahomes. This dude went to Bama.
Okay, I'm going to take with my website time.
Like, you're not good.
Overwhelmed by anger and grief, Jennifer's son leaves the scene after hearing the tragic news. Minutes later, Jennifer's mother would also arrive at the scene, completely unaware that her daughter was gone.
He got 16 touchdowns. How many y'all got?
Second row so I can talk
20?
to you. Real quick.
Julian Lewis.
Shut up.
Julian Lewis. Didn't he play
This is Jared Horton. He's one of our chaplains here.
Hi.
Okay.
Somebody's dead.
Yes.
This dude did
Who?
play for
Jennifer.
Boise State.
Oh, God, no.
I'm sorry.
Austin Mack, he used to play for Bama.
Clearly heartbroken by her daughter's murder, Jennifer's mother is comforted by officers. Meanwhile, one of them steps away to inform Nathan and Chris that they'll be taken in for questioning. That's when Nathan makes a troubling claim.
Hey, Nate. For everyone's safety, where did you put the shotgun at?
Oh, Adams, Bama got 400 yards.
You didn't have a shotgun?
Receiving.
Okay, you told me earlier you put it away.
400 yards receiving.
Put away. Who put it away?
They got.
And have the gun put away? Okay.
Yeah, let me see.
Then how does somebody get shot if the gun got put away?
Jelani Watkins is nice, bro.
They were fighting all night.
Okay. But all I'm worried about right now is where the gun is. Just
You
for
look up Jelani
because that place is a
Watkins
disaster.
highlights.
Just
You
walking in
gonna
there to
see
search. I don't want the gun to go off.
I don't see them also.
How does
Okay.
my
You
running
don't know where you
back
put
have
it?
more receiving yards than my wide receiver?
All right. Hang tight
My
then.
star wide receiver at that.
Nathan insists that he never even had a gun, a claim directly contradicting his earlier statement about what happened inside the house. Because of this inconsistency, officers suspect Nathan isn't telling them the whole truth. But this would only mark the beginning of growing uncertainty around his true role in the fatal shooting. But before we continue, life can change in an instant. That's what happened in...
He be running that ball, man.
Oh yeah, he gonna do that.
It's absolutely Philadelphia. You go out to collect his bloody with Nathan and bottom of how. Let's get back to the investigation. So to get to the bottom of how Jennifer ended up dead, officers transported both Nathan and Chris for questioning. Chris was taken to a nearby fire station, both to collect his bloodied clothing as evidence and hear his full account of the shooting. But what Chris says next would introduce a new possibility to the officers, that Jennifer's death may not have been intentional at all.
Came upstairs this morning.
Who do you think I should go?
And then make something to eat. You said you then went in and checked in with Jen, looking for a cigarette, and then you told her you found the saw. Yeah. Is that when she initially made the comment?
That was, yeah.
And when you talked to Jen, where was she at?
She was in a room.
She's in a room. Okay. Who was in the room?
Her and Nate.
Okay.
And she started to shut down. Well, she started to do other stuff while I was talking, and she.
Well, she got to do some recruiting, bro.
Fine, I get it. I'm a horrible person. Shannon's your support person, and I'm done. Leave me alone. She got up.
They're not recruiting good, bro.
And looked like she was gonna swing, and I kind of curled back.
Going against Tennessee.
Pushed her back into the room towards her bed, and out of the corner, I see Nate jump up on the bed, steps back about 2 feet into the middle of the bed, and then I hear bang. When I'm thinking I'm dead, I feel water. I think Jen coming at me, pushing back. He just got scared, and he had to, obviously, operation gun in his hand.
Okay. I am Chuckle stopping me. Only my that I has probably.
Points the gun, pulls the trigger, and Jen stepped back to hit me. And she.
Let's start there.
Her face was just.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
According to Chris, the shooting was accidental. He explains that he and Jennifer were once married and that their relationship had long been marked by conflict. Things only got worse, he says, when Jennifer began dating Nathan, the man he now claims killed his ex-wife. He also says that all three live under the same roof in what he describes as a chaotic household shared with several other residents. At this point, officers are deeply conflicted. Chris has a documented history of domestic violence and was found covered in blood, but despite that, multiple witnesses claim it was Nathan who pulled the trigger, killing his girlfriend Jennifer. Meanwhile, Nathan hasn't accused anyone, but his shifting story and failure to provide a consistent explanation have raised serious red flags. By now, investigators believe Nathan is the more likely shooter based on witness statements, the location of blood spatter, and the brain matter found on Chris, suggesting he was standing nearby when Jennifer was shot. But the only question is whether it was intentional.
What about Bob?
Oh man, you know the room's being audio video recorded, right? Okay, so you say this all started last night.
Shit, me.
Chris was on one.
Chris was on one.
What about Tay?
What do you mean on one?
He was just ranting and raving.
Oh no. None of them niggas.
This morning to them talking.
Damn.
He started
These names that I'm gonna name my dude.
Louder. He got closer. She jumped up.
So far, everything Nathan says matches what Chris shared in his interview. That is, until he says this.
I know, I didn't shoot anyone.
Then who did?
His name finna be Bobby Robinson Jr.
Did you accidentally pull the trigger? Were you trying to make Chris stop?
Bobby Robinson Jr.
That's my nephew.
Okay, so understand this. Pieces of her
You just
face,
said you
brain,
didn't know.
all over Chris. Okay.
It's too late to claim him now.
He was on the other side of her when she was shot. You've already told me there was just 3 people in that room. You, Jennifer, and Chris. Did you not love her? Did you not love her? Okay. I know you didn't try to kill her. I know you didn't try to hurt her.
Don't try to claim him now.
Probably
He
trying to
already in the
protect
lead.
her. I'm aware of what Chris has done to her in the past. For Jennifer's sake, for her memory, be honest here, son. It was. I know you didn't mean to do it.
Him 5 seconds ago. Now you
There's only
talking about
3
you
people in the
know.
room.
The officer is well aware of Chris's documented history of abusing Jennifer, making the possibility that Nathan may have acted to protect her more plausible. Believing the shooting may have been an accident, the lead detective prepares a strategy. He plans to frame the incident as deliberate, hoping that if Nathan is hiding something, he'll push back and finally reveal the truth. It's a psychological tactic, and one that just might work, because as officers are about to learn, there's more to this so-called accident than anyone has let on.
Chris is telling me you picked it up, you aimed at it, and you shot him. You shot at him, and then you hit Jennifer by mistake. That's homicide. That's murder.
Okay.
First told me you knew nothing about the gun or how it happened. Now your statement's getting a little closer to what Chris said. So we need to stop lying, because it's not going to help you when with what you're going to be charged with. You need to be clear here. You need to be honest. Chris says you pick the gun up, you start to point it at him and you trip on the bed. Okay? So you just pointed the gun at him to make him leave, to make him stop. Is that what happened then? Okay, you were not wanting anybody to get shot. Because that makes a lot more sense. And when you pointed the gun at him, is that when you fell? You believe so? You have to speak up. I know you can speak up louder. Come on.
I believe so.
You believe so? So this shotgun sounds like it belonged to Stewart, the gentleman that just recently passed away, right? A lot of his firearms were either destroyed or damaged in their house fire that they lost, right? So you were working on some of them, trying to get them. They were damaged, it sounds like, in the fire. Okay. How about the shotgun? How many times did you guys take the shotgun?
It's still iffy.
It was still iffy? What do you mean iffy?
Well, it's not fully put together with the actual stock underneath it.
For that shotgun to fire, you have to cock the hammer back.
Touchy.
What's very touchy?
This gun. This one doesn't have anything very securing it, so it's loose.
What's loose?
The mechanism stuff.
I understand it's very touchy, but if it is functional, there's enough pressure in that spring that there's no way that the hammer could fall back on its own. Did you pull the hammer back?
No.
Then how did the hammer get pulled back?
It was already pulled back.
Obviously, you had your finger on the trigger.
There's no trigger guard. Anything.
There's no trigger guard?
No.
Okay.
I was missing a lot of pieces. I just picked it up and grabbed it.
I understand. So I can understand no trigger guard and the trigger could get hit. But
I did not pull a hammer back intentionally.
Good.
I would not go that far. And I've told them that multiple times.
All right, man.
In a strange turn of events, the situation finally began to make sense. The shotgun
They
recovered
want
at
me
the
to be a
scene
walk-on.
wasn't a standard firearm and appeared to be partially rebuilt, missing several key components. It was the same weapon Nathan had been
crazy,
working on
Luca?
himself, an unstable, unfinished shotgun with no reliable trigger system. Nathan tells officers he was trying to protect Jennifer during an escalating argument between her and Chris. After Chris pushed her, he grabbed the
It's gonna be a
shotgun,
walk-off,
hoping to scare Chris off by pointing it at him, but in the chaos, he lost his footing and the unstable weapon discharged, killing his girlfriend, Jennifer. And just like that, he confessed to firing the shot that killed her. With all witness accounts largely consistent and Nathan admitting to accidentally firing the gun, he was ultimately convicted of 1 count of first-degree manslaughter and 1 count of first-degree unlawful possession of a firearm. On February 8th, 2024, just weeks after his
Come on,
plea,
Coach.
Nathan Fry
I need you to hear
was
out,
sentenced to
man. Let me just
12
play
years
ball.
in prison. As for Chris, he was not charged with any additional offenses related to the incident.
I looked a lot different. I started my degree in 1986 and 30 years later decided to complete my goals. The support system that you get with Purdue Global, just being in the military, you actually get assigned a person who will stay with you and walks you through step by step. Earning my degree with Purdue Global has given me the confidence to show
Let me
me
do that
I
to
am
you,
not
boy.
too
I
old.
really
can do
pushed
it.
down.
This is my comeback. Start yours today at
Oh, yeah.
purdueglobal.edu.
1441, I got shot. I'm shot.
Oh, yeah? Let's see if our team, I'm gonna let them just play on this. I don't even feel like, you know, I don't even feel like doing all that all the time. We're gonna let them boys play out this whole season. That boy Tiki.
Arizona
You know what
Beverages
Tiki is?
makes about 4 million cans here every day. And on each can of iced tea,
My
you'll
nephew
see
too.
this.
We've essentially had the same price for 33 years.
If the company adjusted its pricing for inflation since 1992, a can of Arizona would cost $2.30 today. But for one of its founders, that's not an option.
The last thing they should do is raise price. That's the last thing you should do in business because it means you failed.
But there was a time when the price Arizona is famous for was under threat. A legal battle between the two founders waged for nearly a decade over who would control the company and the price.
They said, I want to sell. I said, well, that's not the deal. And that's when the fight began.
So how, against all odds, is Arizona iced tea's 99-cent price tag still standing?
Why are they
Arizona
playing me,
Beverages
though?
started more than 30 years ago,
How did I
and
play
they're
2
still
games
making
already?
new flavors.
We get 30, 40, 50 samples with tweaking, touching, smell, finish.
Your aura is limitless. Blocking distractions brilliantly. Introducing the Lenovo Aura Edition AI PC.
Like, what am
To
I
this
getting
day,
XP
Arizona's
for,
co-founder and chairman Don Voltaggio
Not
still
getting
tastes
no
every
burn.
new flavor himself.
It's not generally something that a chairman of a company gets involved in. But I'm not your typical guy.
Don started out by selling something a little harder than iced tea.
I was a beer distributor. I didn't know anything about iced tea, other than I drank it when I was a kid.
But all of that changed one cold morning in 1991.
I bumped into a Snapple guy, and he gets his big order for iced tea in the wintertime. And I said, I'm going in the tea business. I made the decision right there.
The next year, Don
Hey,
and his
what?
business partner John Farolito co-founded Arizona Beverages.
Why
But
do
the
I have
competition was
13
stiff.
snaps?
Hi from Snapple.
Snapple was the leading ready-to-drink iced tea brand with 20% of the U.S. market.
Where are they putting me at on the field, bro?
That same year, Lipton teamed up with Pepsi to launch its first iced tea, Lipton Original.
It's new, and it's extraordinary.
And Coca-Cola and Nestle started selling canned Nestea together.
We didn't have the money or the wherewithal to do the advertising, the other stuff that our major competitors do. What I did notice and saw firsthand was consumers made a decision right at the cooler. Well, packaging to me is boring. You know, they use traditional colors. The original designs came from my wife and my house in Queens. It was designed around the Southwest. That was the inspiration.
That's also what inspired the name of the company, despite the fact that
I had never been to Arizona. I had never been west of the Mississippi.
their next strategic decision was making their cans bigger. While their competitors sold 16 ounces of tea for 99 cents, Arizona sold 24 ounces for the same price. But Don says the most important thing was making sure it tasted good.
The first time you buy it is because you saw it and it looked good. But if it don't taste good, I call it game over. You don't buy it again.
In the company's first 3 years, it sold 18 million cases of raspberry and lemon teas. Still far from the 55.6 million cases Snapple reportedly sold in 1993 alone, Don's strategy was working.
It worked because consumers said, wow, let me try that. It looks great. The price is fair. They bought it and we delivered with great taste.
Retailers could often change how much they charged at the store.
Contact
So
seer.
in
He likes seeing
1997,
contact.
Don decided to make a small tweak to the can's label.
And we put the 99 cents on the can. And I had a salesman at the time said, it's the dumbest idea you've ever come up with, boss.
But years later, the price has become so synonymous with the brand, it was spoofed on an episode of Atlanta.
$1.49? But the price on the can, though. The price is on the can, though.
By the early 2000s, Arizona was reportedly outselling Snapple.
When somebody lays their hard-earned dollar on the table and gets a can of tea or juice, and they say, wow, that's a good deal, I've now secured that customer.
Over the years, that good deal has helped Arizona build a dedicated fan base.
My name is Hannah Mead. I'm 26 years old, and I am a Zoni.
Zonies are the name for Arizona tea superfans who incorporate their love of the brand into their daily lives. Hannah's passion has influenced her wardrobe, her room.
Over the years, I've collected a lot of merchandise where to the point it's, if not the thousands, at least the hundreds. This one is older than me. This one my dad actually gave to me because he had found it and he knew that I was collecting cans.
But most notably,
this is my 2011 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. The design on my car is Arizona green tea, ginseng, and honey. All the accessories that I have is Arizona. I tried the green tea when I was about, I want to say 11 or 12, and ever since then I've just become an ultimate fan of the company.
Hannah has spent the last 5 years transforming her car into Genizona.
It's at least $26,000. Everything is teal and cherry blossom. That is with,
It's even me going down. Leaned in theory lab. It's neatly traded under Coca-Cola.
Now that I use Monday Service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday Service is a ticketing platform that helps us manage and automate our entire.
Being privately owned has allowed Arizona to make all major decisions, like pricing.
We can afford to hold the line. We didn't have some bank or some board of director or some stockholder saying, what are you doing?
Take Snapple. Its 16-ounce bottle of tea cost 99 cents in 1992. The company went public later that year, and since then, it's changed hands multiple times, being acquired by corporations like Quaker Oats, Triarch, and Cadbury Schweppes. Today, a 16-ounce bottle of tea costs around $2. We can't know for sure if going public caused the price increases, but most of Snapple's competitors sell their tea at similar prices.
Most of the competitors are big, mega corporations that can't be flexible, can't be intuitive, can't do things off the cuff.
Don almost lost control in 2005 when his business partner John wanted Arizona to go public. At the time, Arizona was reportedly receiving buyout offers from major corporations like Nestle and Coca-Cola. What followed was a nearly decade-long legal battle between the founders. An ownership agreement that Don and John made in 1998 required both founders to consent to the sale of any company shares to outsiders. In 2008, John filed a lawsuit claiming the agreement was unenforceable, but ended up losing the case. In 2012, Don elected to buy out John's stake in Arizona, but this decision fueled a court battle about how much the company was actually worth. During the 2014 trial, John's lawyers argued that the company was valued at $4.5 billion based on buyout offers, while Don's put the price tag closer to $426 million. The trial was also littered with accusations of fraud, oppression, and intimidation from both parties. John's lawyers claimed in one statement that Don sabotaged bids for Arizona in an effort to oppress John. Meanwhile, Don's lawyers, according to Fortune, accused John of trying to intimidate Don and Arizona's employees by bringing an NYPD detective and other armed men into the company's headquarters. As the pair fought, Arizona was at a standstill.
I couldn't make necessary investments. I couldn't do things for the future. I couldn't do technology. I was kind of being scrutinized.
Finally, in 2015, Don was ordered to pay John $1 billion for his 50% stake in the company, marking the dispute as the biggest corporate dissolution case in New York State history.
I had to, because I had thousands of employees that would be unemployed. And there's some people go into business and their game is to sell. That's not my game. After it was behind me, I said, now it's our time to build a good foundation.
But keeping the low price tag has been more difficult. The cost of aluminum has more than doubled since Don founded the company, and he worries things could get worse since he imports most of the fruit.
It's been a little challenging lately with the tariff talk. We buy about 100 million pounds of aluminum every year.
In 2020, Arizona reduced its can size to 22 ounces. While Arizona told Business Insider they changed the size for efficiency and to use less aluminum, some think it's an example of shrinkflation, a strategy used by many other companies in recent years. 3 years later, the company raised the prices of its 20-ounce plastic bottle, which jumped from $1 to $1.25. It's something fans noticed and have occasionally called out. The company has taken trucks off the road during the daytime to reduce transportation costs and introduced new machinery to help speed up production.
When we first started the business, the can lines ran at about 100 a minute. Now we run them up to 1,500 cans a minute. Then to keep it affordable, we got to be very modern and very efficient.
Don says he also spent very little on traditional advertising.
I don't think it works. What we found was if a consumer gets a good value, he's a good consumer for the retailer as well, because he becomes loyal to that store.
Don is also strategic on how he adds new flavors, like the green tea with honey and ginseng he introduced in 1995.
My wife and I were on a plane going to Hong Kong, and she ordered green tea and told me how healthy it was. And I tried it. I said, it tastes disgusting. I said, if we can make it taste good, it would be great.
His wife was, again, the designer behind the iconic floral can.
And one of my sales guys at the time said, men are not going to buy a product with pink flowers on it. I said, great, we'll get all the women to buy it.
Today, the green tea is one of Arizona's best sellers and most recognizable cans. Over the years, the company has faced several lawsuits related to misleading labeling on their products, including one that claimed the green tea had no ginseng in it. That suit was settled in 2023, according to Bloomberg Law. Arizona also released dozens of other flavors, including mango, watermelon, and peach.
Mango out west is our #1 seller. Watermelon in Mexico is our best seller. I like Arnold Palmer. I like the
gonna be
zero
out for
sugar
3
one I drink
weeks?
all the time. Tastes great.
Oh,
I met Arnold
my
over 20 years
goodness.
ago. I liked lemon and tea mixed together, and I liked him. He was a terrific man. And we introduced it today. That's our second bestseller. We sold last year over 500 million containers with his face on it. Pretty good.
Since the settlement, Don and his team have produced new items like snacks, coffee, and energy drinks. He's even gone back to his alcohol distributing roots with some of the brand's newest products.
Students are hard with vodka.
But even in this new era for Arizona, Don says he has no plans to raise the price of the 22-ounce cans.
I want to grow like a weed. Every morning I'm excited to do what I do. I got the satisfaction of what we're doing here is right because I saw expressions. I saw people's emotions. It's great. And that's the big payoff for me. I used to have this dream about a gate that would open when I pull in, and the God knew me, and he opened.
We're back at it! Chariot season is officially on. Green's looking dangerous.
Now, I know you've seen these Gen AI historical vlogger videos.
Pussy.
This crab fisherman is looking for the slightest movement on the surface of these muddy waters. When a claw emerges, he sticks his bare hands in to grab it, before it grabs him.
Ya, itu dukanya paling kena capit itu aja.
Mud crabs like this one have large, meaty claws and are prized across Asia for their sweet taste. Here in Indonesia, villagers prepare it with local mangrove fruits and a secret spice. In Singapore, they're the centerpiece of the national dish, even though local crab populations have declined so drastically that they're mostly imported from other countries now. But mud crab habitats across Asia are disappearing. If Indonesia, one of the mud crab's last havens, doesn't save the mangroves where they live, the creatures don't stand a chance.
I'm already blown.
Tanpa menyisakan
Oh my goodness. By the
anak-anakannya,
time he gets 60,
pasti
he's
10
actually
tahun,
gonna
5
be
tahun lagi
blind.
akan habis.
The Indonesian government and
Imagine waking up, gasping for air, your lungs burning as they fill with dust.